Absent Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Here. Please rise for the pledge and remarks by Councilmember Johnson.
You may all have a seat. Good afternoon. I just would like to bring us all to the attention of February being Black History Month. And I have the following remarks that I'd like to say in reference to that. Pardon me?
A little louder, please.
No problem.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. Black history is a testament to the, can you hear me?
Yes.
To the resilience, strength, and unwavering determination of those who refuse to accept the status quo. It is a history shaped by those who dare to challenge systems of inequality and demanded change, not for themselves alone, but for generations to come. Approximately 1 year ago, a politician labeled another politician as a bad actor. But let's define bad. Bold, assertive, and determined. A bad leader does not shy away from truth. A bad leader does not accept disparities as inevitable. A bad leader serves the people even when faced with resistance, misrepresentation, and defamation. The elected official in question serves the poorest area of our city, a district burdened by overgrown weeds, deep-rooted poverty, and potholes that tells a vastly different story than the well-maintained streets and thriving businesses of other districts. When this stark reality is highlighted, there is no denial. Yes, there is discord. Yes, there is disparity in resources, representation, and urgency. But instead of addressing these injustices, the response is often one of compliance, of doing things the way we've always done things. The mechanism used to fix these problems or these issues have consistently failed this community. And yet, the expectation is to remain docile, to accept mediocrity, to be silent. But silence is not an option. A bad representative, bold, assertive, and determined, demands that change occur with urgency. The people of this district do not have the luxury of waiting. Their concerns cannot be dismissed, and their struggles cannot be ignored. Yet, when a leader fights for those who have historically been left behind, the response is not support, but defamation. How convenient that calling out inequity is met with condemnation while allowing it to persist is accepted as business as usual. Black history teaches us that progress has never come easily. Those who stand for justice have always been met with resistance. But let it be clear, this fight is not about comfort, nor is it about maintaining systems that do not serve us. This is about justice, dignity, and the fundamental right of every resident, regardless of the zip code, to live in a community that is valued. And the fight will continue because bold, assertive, and determined leadership is not a liability, it is a necessity. Thank you for your attention in this matter.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Omaha City Council. We appreciate having you here today. Look forward to hearing your testimony on our many items. I'd encourage you to turn your cell phones off or at least to vibrate. If you have any challenges hearing the proceedings today, you can see our tenant here at the head of the diocese for listening devices, or we do also have the meeting on closed caption in the back of the room.
Item 6, to consider a Class C liquor license for Mouth of the South located at 16909 Lakeside Hills Plaza, Suite 118.
Public hearing and vote on number 6 is today. Proponents, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the council, my name is David Houghton, 2804 South 87th Avenue, here on behalf of applicant Mott's LLC, doing business as Mouth of the South, located at 16909 Lakeside Hills Plaza, Suite 118. I would note for the council that this is essentially a new application for a location that was already existing. There's been a change of ownership, and the member that's applying was a part of that membership group in the previous restaurant. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Hug. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Melton. Yes. Rowe. Yes. Bagley. Aye. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 7, to consider a liquor license reconstruction application for Good Stop 6132 located at 3909 North 132nd Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 7 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Janet Ferguson, District Manager and Representative for Casey's General Stores. The site that it currently has a liquor license, we're looking at reconstruction. It's going under remodel, and we're hoping that we can just keep the current license that we still have.
Okay,
If you have any questions, let me know.
Just your address for the record, too?
4137 North 62nd Street, but the location is at 3909 North 132nd Street.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Move the approval.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Hug. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Yes. Bagley. Aye. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 8, a resolution to approve the revised preliminary plat for Pravada located northeast of Blue Sage Drive and Vinton Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 8 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Kyle Voll with the Indian Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road. This is a mixed-use development on the southwest corner of 204th and West Center. We're doing a revised preliminary plat here to get this side of 207th Street to line up with a final plat that you'll probably see next month on the east side of 207th. With that, happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents on number 8? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Hug. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Yes. Bagley. Aye. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0.
Thanks.
Items 9 and 10 can be considered together for Mapleview Replat 5, located southwest of 90th Street and West Maple Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Items 9 and 10 are resolutions to approve the preliminary plat and final plat.
Public hearing and votes on number 9 and 10 are today. Proponents, please.
Douglas Dreesen, 10836 Old Mill Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. This is repurposing of an old grocery store space into a fitness center. The two criteria from the planning board have both been met. and I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Doug, I might just ask you a quick question. This is in my district, 90th and Maple essentially, and as you note, this is a old vacant grocery store, but it's quite a large building. I believe it's being repurposed, you said, for a gym and fitness facility. Are there other plans for the rest of that site you're aware of, or?
Nothing I'm aware of yet. You may be unfamiliar, but we did kind of the same thing at 144th and Center with the Shopco, and it's been extremely successful. You go by there now, that parking lot's full all the time. We're hoping for the same result here and to make the center more attractive to other tenants.
Okay. And what's the time frame, do you figure?
Don't know. This is an out-of-town developer. I think they want to move quickly, though, so I would think this spring, this summer.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be supportive of that if there's a motion. There's a motion, a second to approve. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you.
Pass 6-0. Items 11 through 14 can be considered together for Avenue 1, located south of 193rd Street and HWS Cleveland Boulevard. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 11 is an ordinance to rezone this property from AG District to MU District. Item 12, an ordinance to approve a major amendment to the mixed-use district development agreement. Item 13, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 14, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
The public hearing and votes on items 11 through 14 are today. Proponents, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Dakota Kilzer, 16820 Francis Street. I'm with the development team. This project here is just finalizing a lot via final plat, subdivision agreement, and mixed use amendment. So happy to answer any questions, and if there's anything technical, Philip Neowaner with Olson is with me here as well today.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak? Seeing none, any opponents?
Good afternoon, Omaha City Council. Donnie R. Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, and North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation. We'd like to start off first by saying we asked the state, unicameral state senators to publish their ACT and SAT test score because you guys keep giving up all this land and the governor's already applied and signed into law medical marijuana. So we're going to get some land for that.
You got to stay on topic to Avenue 1.
Yeah, this 193rd Street, if they're going to give all the land for development for these Ivy Leaguers, they need to leave some rural parts of where the governor's already said. If we get the state senators to publish their SAT and ACT test score, we can show why they're not making any sense.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other opponents on these items?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, 68132. I'm not a foundation. However, you usually cut me off when I'm off topic. I'd like to just know why you don't cut Mr. Donnie Johnson off when he's off topic.
I did. Thank you very much. Any other opponents here today?
Hi, Roz Rao, 517 South 86th Street. My only real objection to this project is that it's not needed in this area of Omaha, whereas there are plenty of areas in more East Omaha that need more walkable cities, that can use development way more than this area. So the city's attention to West Omaha and not East Omaha is concerning to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other opponents to these items? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. There's a motion and a second to approve. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Oh, thanks, and I know this is in Mr. Harding's district, which kind of borders my district, and I just wanted, for purposes of this, the developers, they aren't receiving any City of Omaha money. This is just a plat for zoning purposes, so these are private landowners that really do deserve to do what they want with their property if it's within our zoning. So I'm happy to see this, and I think that tax dollars that it's going to generate will benefit the entire city because it all goes into the big pot. So the more development we have all over the city, the better it is for all of our citizens. So thank you for your investment in the area. And I know Mr. Harding's on here, and he would have moved to approve it if he could.
Thank you. Yeah, for those that may be wondering, Mr. Harding is on Zoom today from home, not feeling well, but he cannot participate in today's meeting by Zoom other than to listen in. So that's the nature of what you see on the screen there. Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 15, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the ACI overlay district to incorporate into that district the property located at 10842 and 10826 Farnham Drive. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing and vote on number 16 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon. Michael Sand, 1700 Farnham Street on behalf of the applicant. So just a little bit of context for those that are interested. This is a project or a site in the old mill area. It is the site of some auxiliary space that was previously, originally used by TD Ameritrade for office space. Now, of course, Charles Schwab and with many companies after kind of the COVID era, they don't need as much office space. So they've vacated. The owner / developer, whom I represent, has had issues trying to lease it, as is pretty common with office space right now. So what they're proposing is a 327 unit market rate, very nice apartment complex. We think it'll be a great fit for the area. We've spent a lot of time on design. We're pretty proud of what we've come up with, so happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Johnny, it does have to be specific to 30th and L, okay?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. President. That's what I was trying to explain to Larry. In 1987, we had the same debate down here.
Don't explain to Larry. Talk about 30th and L Street.
Well, he might want to understand, I've been coming down here since the 1970s, and the problem is this. I've been going to Mr. Begley's district as well. And to continue putting in all these projects and these properties, if you go north of Dodge, the streets are buckling. So under Mr. Kiewit programs and all these other programs, for instance, on the outside looking in. So if Larry would put his name up to get some votes, then he would have more to say. But he hasn't got any votes from anybody.
All right. Are there any other opponents to number 16? Oh, 15, I'm sorry. Yeah, skipped ahead there.
Roz Rao, 517 South 86th Street. I went ahead and looked at the property on Google Maps, just very preliminarily, and it looked like just some random neighborhood. I'd like to know the reason why this neighborhood is of specific civic importance. If it's just clearing space for an apartment building, I wonder if that could not be placed somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay. Any other opponents to number 15? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Fanslow, can we answer the question that was just posed to us?
Sure, Dave Fanslow, City Planning. I think the question was, why is this area an area of civic importance? And that is because it is close to proximity to West Dodge Road, which a long time ago was designated as an ACI area. So typically when we see projects in the area that require either a conditional use permit or a special use permit or some other approval by the city planning board or city council, we require that the ACI overlay be placed on such properties.
Thank you.
Move the approval.
Second.
There's a motion, a second to approve. No further lights. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 16, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow a medical office in the GI district located southeast of 30th and L Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 16 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Bryce Danielson, 4616 Dodge Street with Blair Freeman representing One World, here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Hug, you're recognized.
Well, this is a tremendous enhancement to the services provided in my community. I appreciate your confidence in the community to be able to move a project like this forward, so motion to approve. Second.
Motion and second to approve. I second that. This is a great addition for One World. I think I was excited about it when I talked about 30th and L a little bit earlier. Thanks for being here. There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0.
Thank you.
Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed unless otherwise provided by the City Council Rules of Order.
Public hearings on agenda items 17 through 25 were held on February 4th. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0.
The public hearings on agenda items 26 through 45 are today. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by name, address, and who you represent, and if you are a proponent or an opponent. These are items 26 through 45.
Roz Rao, 517 South 86th Street. Quickly becoming your favorite person, I know. So first off, I have multiple things that I would like to talk about on the consent agenda today. Do you want me to go one by one here, or?
Yes, you'll have to identify which agenda item numbers you're addressing, and then
Identify them all,
and then
or
address them.
one at a time?
How many are you speaking to?
Number 32, 35, and 42.
Okay, go ahead.
32, I see that we are getting 6 new salt spreaders and plows, but it's almost spring. I don't understand why so late in the season we're getting these new ones and not waiting until next season or closer to it. So that's my thoughts on 32. 35, this seems like staff augmentation. I was wondering if that could cause problems with like the current staffing and like their ability to maybe strike or like stand up for themselves in workers' right capacities. So I just worry about that, just throwing that out there. And then 42, it seems like there have been 180 people evacuated from these buildings. And I would like to do more research on it, so I'm not fully knowledgeable of the situation itself. But I just wonder why now and not before the building itself.
Are you referring to maybe 43? I think 42 is a parade permit.
Oh, my bad. Yes, 43. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, and that's my thoughts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other testifiers on these items today?
Yes, sir. Donnie R. Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, and North Omaha Concerned Citizens Foundation. I realize all you folks on the council has gotten votes, and I haven't seen any votes for Mr. Larry. In the meantime, in 1973, when I was
Donnie,
coming back home,
which item are you addressing?
on number 45, sir, I'm supporting Mayor Stafford on everything because I think John Ewan is the worst treasurer
All
we
right,
ever had in the city.
You're off topic. You're
Oh,
off topic.
okay.
Any other testifiers on these items?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'd like to first point out that if there's new people in the audience today, you should probably give them a little time to read the agenda. We don't all study it at home before we show up. I am interested in items number 41, 43, 44, and 45. In regards to number 41, I would like a discussion as to what metropolitan area includes, what the planning region actually includes, area-wise. Are you talking about Council Bluffs and maybe as far as Fremont or not? Or just within the South Omaha, North Omaha, East Omaha, West Omaha area? and why $126,709 from the street allocation fund when the streets need work? Are you shifting money from one thing to another? Or are we going to spend money on Council Bluffs streets? We'd like a discussion on that. On number 43, 44, and 45. I agree that we have a homeless problem. But I'd like you all to take a drive around the area called Walnut Hill and take a look at where some money needs to be spent. From 45th Street to the Northwest Radial Highway between Cumming and Hamilton Street, but also west of there in that area, clear up to 50th Street, has become a pretty rotten looking area. And it looks like maybe the city's starting to do something on the west side because of the Northwest Radial Improvement District. But they're doing nothing whatsoever about that whole area that has been invaded, maybe settled by squatters, who knows? But if there's that many homeless people that are breaking into those apartment buildings and small houses, even the one that's for sale, they finally broken into that, and somebody has to board up the windows. It's real interesting to see all the windows that are boarded up around there. And on a weekend night, see all the excess traffic parked along the street right behind Mega Saver, because there's a little place down there by the Goodwill Training Center that's a party place. But if I was a councilman, I would be ashamed of that area, and you've never discussed it. I do believe some of the Walnut Hill residents tried to have it discussed a while back, but they got nowhere on it. So I think the aim is we let it get so severely blighted that we can go in and get TIF, because without it, nobody will clean it up. How many times have you cleaned up that apartment building at the top of the hill on 45th, which was the first one to get boarded up, and then have to come back, board it up again, haul away the trash again? And are you assessing the residents within that area? Special assessments for cleanup? I see that's one of the topics on, okay. So anyway, yeah, we need more homeless. So maybe you could renovate all of those places, particularly the brick apartment buildings, for affordable housing. And if we hadn't blown up all those apartment buildings down here years ago, brick buildings in Jobbers District, those would have been great affordable housing. And we would have had railroad tracks there already. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testifiers on these items? Seeing none, the public hearings are closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker that came up to the mic regarding these items asked a few questions. I believe items 32, 35, as well as initially she said 42, but then corrected herself to 43. So if someone can answer the constituents' questions, that would be very helpful.
Mr. Stubbe, do you want to try number 32?
32 and 33 I can answer. So because it's the beginning of our budget year, typically January, February, we purchase a lot of equipment because of our budget. These items would be actually mounted on trucks that are purchased under separate order. So this would be equipment that takes a long time, lead time in order to be able, so most likely we would not have them available by the winter of this year. Item 35, typically staff augmentation is because of the fact that we have challenges hiring staff, technical staff and professional engineers to help us with that. So we'll use outside services for staff augmentation.
And then we have item number 43.
I can start, and I see Kelly coming down. She could probably add a little color to what I'll say. So item 43 is a $68,000 award as part of our emergency solutions grant that are spelled out in our consolidated plan. And this particular grant is for Heartland Family Service.
Okay, so items 43, 44, and 45 are similar in nature. They just have different providers. However, the one thing that is common for all three is it's addressing homeless. So I think we can take all three of them in one bucket and summarize what we're trying to do here in terms of our objective and what are the expected outcomes of each one of these allocation of funds.
Hi there, Kelly Johnston Dorsey, Omaha Planning Department. So these three programs are all funded with our Emergency Solutions Grant, which is a federal grant. All three of these were already approved by you, the City Council, in June as part of our action plan. These are just the agreements that are fulfilling what has already been approved in June as part of our annual action plan. And the reason we're not bringing these agreements forth until now is because we didn't receive our federal funds until January for last year. So the purpose of these is to rapidly rehouse homeless individuals, provide shelter overnight as well. The individuals who will benefit from these go through a coordinated entry system with our continuum of care. They're provided services, including case management. So those who are coming forward are prioritized based on our continuum of care priority list and how they enter the system, and are provided assistance for up to 2 years with a rapid rehousing program. So this is something that our agreement year has already begun. The funding allocation has already been approved. This is just the technical agreement to go along with it.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson,
Yes,
for
thank you.
providing that information to our community.
Thank you. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion a second. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 46, an ordinance levying a special tax assessment for Weeds Group 2025-01. A's amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department.
The vote on number 46 is today. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Second.
That's the amendment of the whole, correct? Same second?
I'll second the amendment.
All right. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 47, an ordinance levying a special tax assessment for Litter Group 2025-02. A's amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department.
The vote on number 47 is today. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval of the amendment of the whole.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 48, an ordinance to approve payment to Century Helicopters, Inc. for the purchase of miscellaneous parts, labor, and materials for the Omaha Police Department.
The public hearing and vote on number 48 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none. Any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Just hearing today.
Item 49, an ordinance to acquire land located southwest of 182nd and 4th Streets for the future construction of Fire Station 70.
The public hearing on number 49 is today. Proponents, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Kathy Mossman, Omaha Fire Chief, 1516 Jackson. I just want to say that this particular land purchase is definitely needed. It is a parcel of land on 180th Street, halfway between Maple and Fort, and immediately west of Elkhorn North High School. For the Omaha Fire Department, we believe this is an ideal location as it sits nearly halfway between our other existing stations, Station 71 and 78. Councilmember Hug, you had mentioned to me earlier today about a strategic plan. I just want to clarify, we are actively working on an updated strategic plan for the department, but I did dig into our historical documents, and we had a strategic business plan in place from 2011 to 2015. And then 4 years ago, we partnered with UNO to do a station optimization plan, which is really what triggered the conversations regarding Station 70 and the need in the Northwest Corridor. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have and hopefully have your support on this land purchase.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today?
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. Trevor Talley, Omaha Professional Firefighters. Here as a proponent, I'm always happy to be a proponent with the fire chief on this issue. As you've heard me say before, this is going to help us with continuing to staff our fire department and meet the needs of the community. I'd have to look back, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in my 25 years, I think this is the first additional fire station that isn't a result of an annexation. So I'm very pleased with the progress here. I encourage you to pass this, and any other land that you can approve for more fire stations, good idea too.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? It's got to be to the fire station acquisition, right?
Oh,
Johnny?
yes, sir, Mr. Ferguson. I understand you was in college in 1973. I was learning how to fight fires for the Navy in 1973.
That's not a good start.
Anyway, Donnie R. Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, and North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation. I'm concerned about, is this going to be an addition to the new fire station closing downtown? Because I know the fire station on 20th is obsolete, and I noticed that there's going to be some problems in the future with more fires in the downtown area. So will this close the fire station downtown, or are we going to where are they going to relocate that? Because the problem, when I was in 1973, if we had a fire downtown in the Navy, we would put it out. If you close the station downtown and that throwback lounge catch on fire like they be copycatting or some of this terrorist group, who's going to put the fire out?
All right. Any other opponents to this item? Seeing none, public hearings closed. Mr. Hug, you're recognized.
Chief, just when you think you've answered all my questions, you only create more.
Perfect.
Okay, so you did a station optimization plan, and again, what years was that?
That was created in 2021 in partnership
2021?
with UNO.
Okay.
And it essentially looked at station build-outs. It didn't look at other goals for the department. It just looked at growth and acquisition.
So build out of current stations or new stations?
New.
New stations, okay. Is that something you could provide to me?
I can email it to the entire council.
Yeah, just send it to me, that's fine. And then the business plan that you did in 11 to 15, what did that include?
In looking at it, included goals such as improving response times and putting out fires within so many minutes of being dispatched, those types of goals. Not necessarily growth of the department with regard to adding stations.
Okay. Being 10 years old, you think that that's probably outdated by now?
That is exactly why we are doing a new one now, so that we can update those goals,
Right,
yes.
so the new one is a strategic plan.
Correct.
So how is that different than a business plan?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. Looking at the strategic business plan, many of the goals would be similar to what we want to achieve now. So I don't know. I think it did go into a little bit more detail with regard to budgeting and the business administrative portion, but I'd have to really dig into that plan. I just skimmed it real fast after the pre-council meeting today.
Okay. Do you know when that new strategic plan will be finished? Do you have a projected time?
We do. So we are doing the stakeholder meetings March 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and I believe it is scheduled. We have a consulting group that is basically helping us build a strategic plan. They will take all of our data and information, and we will work through essentially our homework. I believe they're tentatively looking at spring, early spring, for a publishing
This
date.
year?
Yes, yes.
Okay. That's a pretty quick turnaround.
Yes.
And who would you anticipate being the stakeholders?
Stakeholders, we are looking at community groups that we partner with, hospitals that we work with, local colleges, schools, high schools. Members of the council are probably welcome to be a stakeholder, as well as internal stakeholders.
Okay, I'm going to ask the obvious question here. Obviously, the firefighters themselves would be stakeholders.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to participating in that and seeing the ultimate product.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, there was a plan. Actually, it was a student from UNO actually did his master's thesis on fire stations, where our fire stations were and where they needed to be. And I remember having that meeting, and I still have the plan sitting, actually, it's sitting on my desk right by my table. So I will copy it for you as soon as we get out of council. It was absolutely fabulous. And we didn't pay anything for it because the student literally did his master's thesis on a study of our fire stations and call times, and it was great.
But not to say, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let you know that was in addition, and I think that was around 2017. But one of the things it called for was a new station based upon the annexations that we've had in West Omaha. It became clear, and that was many years ago. So now, not just with maybe the annexations, because our fire department covers the county, not just within the city limits, but the amount of growth that we have had in Northwest Omaha, basically all the way to Elkhorn to the Bennington limits. And I know that we have agreements like with Bennington where they'll come help us, assist agreements, and we help them. But even with the growth that Bennington has, this is going to be a benefit, I think, to all citizens of Omaha, because you won't have as much pressure on our other fire stations, as the chief said. I know we added a med unit at 144th and Maple, which was much needed 2 years ago. But this is something that I'm very happy about. And now what we need to do, and I'm really glad that we were able to get the SAFER grant that we got, because not only do we need to increase the number of firefighters that we have, but we need to add enough firefighters to staff this whole building. And I want to make sure that we do get them hired and staffed, so we're thinking about adding them well ahead of the station. And I know the chief and I have discussed that. So I think this is going to be great for Omaha. It's going to be great for our firefighters so that they're not going to be overtaxed. And what I like about this is we're thinking ahead. We're not chasing the growth. We see the growth and we see the need, and we're building it now. So I really appreciate it. And I hope there isn't much delay, because I believe the bonds were passed by the voters in November for our public facilities. This is not closing down any fire stations. The downtown fire station is staying open. And this is actually an additional firehouse for the city of Omaha. So thank you, Chief. And actually, if you don't have a copy of that master's thesis study, I'll send you a copy as well. It's great. Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you answer Mr. Johnson's question regarding the possible closing of the downtown facility?
Yes, so there is no intention to close the fire station downtown. The addition of a station in Northwest Omaha would be exactly that, just an additional station. There has been discussion in recent years as far as relocating the fire station downtown, but it would not close.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe.
Yes, sir.
So from what I understand, the station optimization plan that was done in '21 had to do with new stations.
Correct.
And so am I right in assuming that the strategic plan will look at all of the stations throughout the system? And I know there's changing demographics, the city moves and changes. So do we look at resources and how they're deployed throughout the whole system? Is that the intent of the strategic plan?
Yes, the strategic plan will look at the big picture, our responses throughout the city, our response times, our model for responding, and determine if there are any weak points that we need to improve upon.
Okay. Councilmember Melton mentioned a med unit that was added on Maple Street. And I know that not every fire station has a med unit.
Correct.
I have a constituent that's very concerning to him. And so I'm hoping that through the strategic plan, we can, demonstrate that our city is safe based on where we have these strategically located stations and the resources.
Yes, that is our goal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
You're moonwalking. Good afternoon. So what is a timeline of this public hearing today for the acquisition of this property? When will the station get built?
I believe it's the city's goal to build the station in 2026, hopefully having it done towards the end of 2026 or early 27. I know the mayor's office has said we're going to watch closely what the legislature is doing down there with their changes in the tax system. So ultimately, we would like to start in 2026 building the station. We do not have a design completed, so that is a time-consuming portion too, where you have to design the building, make sure it aligns with the parcel of land. One way we're trying to speed up that process is looking to see if we can use the design that we used for Stations 31 in South Omaha and see if that particular building will fit perfectly on this parcel so that we can eliminate some of the time necessary for the design portion.
Okay, did that time frame, has that changed at all? Wasn't it going to be 25 or 26 before?
It was.
Has that changed?
It was, yeah. I believe it was originally, I'd have to go back and look at the CIP, 2026, maybe it was a 2025 build. I'd have to double check and get back to you for sure. But yes, it was intended to be built, I believe, in 2025. The problem was we were having difficulty getting land purchased because every site that we identified that would be a good site was getting bought out from under us, or the owners didn't want to sell, or they had different plans for the parcels of land.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you today, you're hoping that the construction begins in 2026?
Correct.
And then would it be completed in 26 or would it bleed into 27?
I don't know for sure. I would be optimistic we could get it done in 2026, but I don't know that. It could completely be done. I don't know. That's a facilities management question, I guess. With construction timelines, I don't know.
Okay. Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. I don't see any further lights. Thank you, Chief. The next item is the Crush Ultra Lounge liquor license hearing. This is also our last item. We just need a few minutes here at the diocese to get things arranged, so we'll be in recess just for a few minutes before we officially start that item. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Item 50, a resolution to cancel the Class C liquor license held by Crush Ultra Lounge, A's Communication and Support.
This item was postponed from the January 21st special city council meeting. The public hearing and vote is today. This is a different procedure than our typical public hearings as specified in city ordinance. And I just want to read through that procedure real quick for this cancellation hearing so that everyone understands how we're proceeding today. This cancellation hearing will be conducted in accordance with Omaha Municipal Code. The licensee was provided with proper notice of today's hearing. City Code Section 1533 specifies the order in which testimony and evidence will be provided, and we will start this afternoon with the licensee, Throwback Empire LLC, doing business as Crush Ultra Lounge. During the hearing, any member of the City Council or the City Attorney or his designee may question any person testifying. The President of the City Council may limit testimony or cross-exam where it appears irrelevant or repetitious. So in general, I know Mr. Bianco has talked with the City Attorney's Office and they understand this process, but just so folks understand, in general, we will start with a presentation of evidence by the licensee and Mr. Bianco. Then Mr. Grauman and council members could have a chance to respond to any questions. Secondly, anyone who's in attendance who would like to provide testimony in favor of the licensee may speak, and we're going to limit that testimony to 2 minutes to each person. The next section will allow anyone who's here in evidence that intends to oppose the license to speak. That will also be limited to 2 minutes per person. But then we'll go back to the city and law enforcement to present their evidence and call witnesses. And then lastly, the licensee may cross-examine any of the persons testifying in opposition to the license and also then provide any rebuttal they'd like to provide to what they've heard today. And then the hearing will be closed, and there could be discussion amongst the council, and there could be a motion and a second to proceed. So we'll walk through that all together, but that's the general nature of what's going to transpire here. And we'll start with presentation of evidence by the licensee. Mr. Bianco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. William Bianco at Bianco Stroh, 2426 South 179th Street. Each of you should get a copy of my opening statement, and it's kind of a brief, kind of not a brief, but it's basically entitled Change the Music. And when I got the box of evidence, the first thing I noticed on the first exhibit that you'll see is a city council transcript, Exhibit 1, page 5, transcript from October 22nd. And there's testimony that one of the initial recommendations, if not the first recommendation, from the OPD, Omaha Police Department, for my clients to decrease the tension or decrease whatever they want going on was to change the music. Both the Throwback and now the Crush Lounge cater to prominently black and people of color clientele. The music played is mainly hip-hop, rap, and rhythm and blues, which originated in the black community and remains very helpful. The issue of music then came up in a second hearing where June 27th, when it was a Throwback, and a council person asked about the DJs and the music artist, and I was kept wondering to myself, why does this matter? And if you look deeply, the answer is there. You change the music, you change the clientele. Imagine going to a country western bar and asking them to change the music. Same difference. My client and his people that work for him have been asked to change from hip-hop, rap, and rhythm and blues since they opened. And I believe that that is fundamentally unfair to my clients, fundamentally unfair to his clientele, and actually fundamentally unfair to the city of Omaha, because you guys want, I would imagine, a diverse and vibrant downtown. You remove his bar, his nightclub, who does a pretty decent business of 400 to 500 people, mainly black and people of color, from downtown. I think you're doing Omaha a disservice. And that part of the reasons why you want them to move could be nefarious. The second part of my opening argument is a thing called predatory policing. Some may call it targeting, but predatory policing is a concept where the direct targeting of vulnerable groups by way of arrest and issuance of citations. Predatory policing and mass criminalization intact to expose African Americans not only to ongoing police surveillance, contact is arrest or incident reports, and social control. Social control is changing the music, changing the crowd, and getting those people out of there. Basically, it reinforces racial bias and criminalization of the black community. I went through the reports that race was issued. Of the ones that were race was mentioned, 39 of those that were cited or arrested or involved were black, only 4 were white, and 1 was Asian, which is the owner. The pattern of arresting blacks and people of color continued and the surveillance of Crush were that if they keep playing the music, they'll keep being surveillance. My client and one of the employees will talk about the surveillance issues. Testimony will establish that Omaha OPD regularly surveils Crush and its customers by stationing police officers cruises about a block away. Officers approach Crush nightclub to issue citations to patrons and file tavern reports against Crush. Instead of waiting in the parking lot, I think the resources we'd better use to position an officer or 2 in their uniform and to provide a visible presence and deterrence to any behavior that they deem reckless. Instead of sitting back waiting until somebody gets in a fight or somebody has a cause. And when we go through the exhibits, you'll see of the 17 exhibits that got this through the law committee, most of them aren't really that negative towards my client, if you read all of them. Here's an example. His grand opening, April 13th, 2024. This gentleman shut down his bar for 2 months, maybe 3, remodeled it, renamed it, rebranded it. He had an order that was adjudicated because you guys sent him back with a long form. The Nebraska Liquor Control Commission stated, we're not going to pull his license, but we're going to restrict him to closing at 1 o'clock. Under Nebraska law, you have 15 minutes to pick up the drinks. So basically, you shut down, last call, no serving. Then you get all the drinks up, people are probably trying to down them, or whatever they do to get out of there. But you have 15 minutes to get them off. Omaha police showed up at 1:15 and entered the building. If that's not targeting, explain to me what that is. And they issued a tavern report right away. They never tested the drinks that were still being held in customers' hands or anything like that. The issue could be resolved. What happened as far as Exhibit 9, you'll see the case number in which Mr. Pham played no contest to that at the Douglas County District Court. And a no contest plea means it's not an admission of guilt, it's not a finding of guilt. You will be punished as if you're guilty, and he received a $50 fine. This council should not consider that no contest plea as an admission of guilt. It was just an economic way to get that file off both my desk and my client's desk without paying exorbitant legal fees. The Nebraska Liquor Commission stated that they needed to dismiss that charge, and it was dismissed. Because even they recognized going to the bar at 1:15, entering the bar 1:15, was basically unfair to the owner. There's ample, we'll go through more of the evidence of ample examples of this type of policing. Additionally, it's my understanding, based upon information, is that the city of Omaha has a robust police force in what I believe is the more traditional locations of the Old Market, down by like 12th and Howard and east, basically east of where the Crush is. Crush is on 14th and Harney, 13th Street, and kind of ends the brick roads and things like that. At that time in the morning, there's, my understanding, a police presence in uniforms and all through the night, which deter crime. In my client's situation, he's a block north, divided by a huge parking lot, Omaha 2, and there's not. They're just police waiting to give tickets out. Not to prevent, but to punish. What I have here are, we ordered 911 calls from the center that involved we asked for every date that there was a tavern report or an incident report. We only got 4 calls. Of the 4 calls, 2 were by the same person on the same night. 1 call was by the security guard at Crush, saying they had an unruly person that would not settle down. And the next call was from apparently the unruly person or his friends. Now, I can play those for you if you wish, or we can accept that in our exhibit, the exhibit is there. But here's the first one.
911. Your girl is on fire, medical. I need police. She's getting her, she's with the starting the dominant store shit. Okay, what address are you at? I'm on Howard Street downtown. Okay. On
Howard what?
It's, let me see, it's Chris Lounge on 1402 Howard Street.
1402 Howard Street. And what's going on that you need police?
There was a girl that had attacked me.
Okay.
What's her name? Sunday Moon. I guess she works at the store, but she had attacked me. She's 20 years old. She shouldn't be in this bar at this time. I'm 23. She shouldn't be in this bar. She attacked me, and
She's inside currently?
What did you say?
She's inside the bar currently?
Yes,
okay.
Both of the it was a security guard and somebody that's actually that's supposed to be there. I would say here she has
That's enough of that one. That is actually Exhibit 11, and the video exhibit from the police, number 28, and the woman caller claimed she was involved in the physical altercation. She did admit to the security, if you look at the police report as well as the video, she did admit that the security escorted her out of the nightclub, and because she, the nightclub said she was unruly. Her and her companion never gave their names and never said who was the person other than trying to describe somebody, but they never stuck around for a real investigation. The officer's note in Exhibit 11 states that Crush security guards were very cooperative and forthcoming. And inside the bar, while they were throughout, that woman caller had pulled the hair of one of the employees. And so that's the story. Number 2 is her again, I believe.
Fire rescue.
Or
Hello, this is Fire Rescue. Ugly ass polka dot pants. Hi, this is Fire Rescue. Can anyone hear me? Yes, this is Asia.
I see, it's the same person.
From Chris.
Number 2.
Oh, it's going.
911, do you please fire medical?
Police.
What address?
1402 Howard.
This is the security guard from Crush.
1402
His name is
Howard.
Kurt.
What's the health department or a business?
That's a business. We have a drunken disorderly out front.
Drunken disorderly. How many people?
Just one.
Okay, male, female?
Female.
Her here in the background?
Yeah. How old is she? 20, 30, 40? She's early 20s. Your wife black or Hispanic? White. What color is your shirt? Black shirt, blue jeans. Blue jeans. She's understood she was intoxicated and you went in.
For the sake of time, I'll cut that one off. And then the next call, of all the dates that we sent to them that appeared in the reports, these are the 4. Again, 2 by the same person, 1 by a security guard, and this other one.
Okay. Say the date too. 911, do you need police, fire,
And it's the same date, same incident.
Can I get the police here, please? Stop, Jada, stop touching me. Yeah. What? Okay. What address? What address? Crush. The Crush. Can you ask someone for the address? Hello?
So only 4 calls. I know the city does have a call list, which we can look at when they do present that. But as you will see from the videos, most of the officers weren't getting dispatched. They were actually there or running to there. In fact, on the shooting, we'll get to that exhibit, the officer was actually already outside or in his car because he heard the shots and ran over. And he was there very quickly. So that's predatory policing. And next one is, we talk about due process requirements and neutral and unbiased judges. As Councilman or Mr. President Festerson pointed out, City Council is the judge and the jury on these, okay? And, there's a debate, that a liquor license once established is whether it's a property right or just a privilege. Irregardless of that, the city is set up in its statute 1533 says reasonable semblance of due process. And that's quoted on page 5 top. I believe, and I'm asserting, I don't believe, I assert that this type of hearing is fundamentally unfair to not just my client, but to other clients or other individuals, because the notice provision is an email. In this case, they emailed an old email, and that could be on my client, I'm saying, but it bounced back. The second one went to his soon-to-be ex-wife. So on your January 14th hearing, my client heard about that hearing Monday early evening, late afternoon from me, because a reporter who covered the Alcohol Commission hearing called me and wanted to know if I was involved with the case. And at that time I wasn't, because I completed my engagement, because we were done with these things. So that's how we heard about that. So nobody showed up. Okay. I recall Councilman Johnson asking about, did you guys read the material? It wasn't provided. Okay. So the vote was 6-1 without knowing the actual contents of what would be discovered, what was going to be discussed. Now, if that's just, and granted, that's just a hearing to make a hearing, but it's still important to do that. And then after that hearing, the next hearing was scheduled for 1 week later, 7 days, Tuesday to Tuesday. That's fundamentally unfair. Fortunately, he did decide to retain me, and you guys were gracious enough, and I thank you for giving us a 3-week continues, because you can show by the binder, it's a lot of reading, and hopefully you were provided all this in the last 3 weeks that you could read, not just the front of the reports, but go into the details of the reports and listen to those videos over and over and see where my clients are making mistakes. My clients are doing it right. So in this type of hearing, I don't have subpoena power. I can't get records from the city, from the police, from the neighborhood, whoever filed the complaint. So I'm blind to that. I do have, one gentleman was a courtesy of getting an affidavit to the city attorney, and the city attorney's been great. I mean, he should be commended for his job and the way he has helped make sure that we get everything we need. However, despite his actions, I still can't get everything that I really want for this hearing. So we're looking at that, And then obviously, a lot of, in these reports, and we'll point some of them out, there's a lot of hearsay, speculation, and assumptions. Okay, and there are some outrageous assumptions and being used at certain times. But where I get to the city council is the Constitution requires in due process, because Omaha says in its own ordinance, reasonable semblance of due process. The heart of due process is not just the process, whether it's court or a hearing, it's unbiased judges. And this is a political body, so I understand that. However, I believe that if you have a preconceived already notion, whether you've shown through prior comments, whether in this body or in the media, that you should not be participating in this vote because you're not an unbiased judge. And the Constitution says in case law that my client in any due process, whether it's the resemblance of due process or not, is entitled to fair and unbiased judgment. I'll leave that up to you. But I'm sure if my client is voted to have his liquor license canceled, I'd like that vote to be untainted. And by abstaining, if you already made your opinion, would be greatly appreciated. Now we're going to talk about the evidence. And I'll go through that, and then I'll have my client start talking. What you're going to see, sorry, I left my case here. What happens in court, sometimes the attorneys are going to introduce the same evidence. This is going to be exactly the same evidence that counsel for the city will introduce. However, since I'm going first, I would need to introduce it too. So this is the binder of exhibits 1 through 26. And then in the disc, or in the thumb drive, or flash drives, are the videos that we received. I am not going to play the videos because we could be here for hours, but I hope you've seen the videos. If not, go back before you vote, continue it, look at them again, and see what you see. This would be exhibits 1 through 26. Entered into evidence. Exhibit 1 through 8. These are all exhibits that predate Crush Bar opening. April 13th was the grand opening of Crush Bar. Excuse me.
Mr. Bianco, can you see if you can lift the microphone just a little bit? It's not picking you up quite. It's very light, if you don't mind.
And I'm a soft speaker. So.
I know, and that's why I just thought, thank you, that'll help.
And I do actually have a slight speech impediment, so I have, over the years of practicing, I've been hiding it, but it comes out every once in a while.
I've never heard of it.
Exactly, see, I've done a good job. The evidence, exhibits 1 through 8, if we go through all those exhibits and go back and get more cameras and everything, we'd be here for 4, I mean, this is like this is about a 1-week jury trial, is what we have here, condensed into a couple hours. And I'm asking you not to even consider those, because although double jeopardy doesn't really apply in this type of hearing, in essence, it is double jeopardy. Mr. Pham and his bar Throwback were already judged by this body and by the Alcohol Commission, Nebraska Alcohol Commission, which said, we find this evidence insufficient for revoking his license. What they said was, for a period of about 6 months, he has to close at 1 a.m. So I'm asking that exhibits 1 through 8 not be considered by this city council. Because that's already been determined, it was not sufficient to revoke his license or to take away his license. It was just, let's see, we'll close at 1 o'clock. Because really the issue is, he's got a lot of people going there, almost like 400, I think he got capacity maybe 450, regularly over 350 to 450, a night. He has a successful business going down. Not on all nights when they have a competing, like something going on in Omaha or elsewhere, but so they've worked with the city. One of the recommendations the police department said with these crowds, and that they implemented it with Crush, and is, slowly disperse your people, your customers. And they've been working on that and doing that. So that, getting back to 1 through 8, again, I ask you to disregard that. But you will find in Exhibits 1 and 2 the language I found in it about changing the music and in Exhibits 1 and 2. So they're important to show that bias and the social change that's been desired. Exhibit 9 and 10, we've already discussed. That's the one where, again, they showed up at 1:15 and issued the citation. Exhibit 11, we talked about the 9/11. It's a woman caller, and she left, and the officer actually noted that the Crush was very cooperative and forthcoming. So I believe this is a positive. And so therefore, Exhibit 11 and video number 28 is a positive. The people who are complaining never left their names. So how do we know if they really wanted to, press charges or whatever, they should have kept their name and we had an investigation, but they left. And the guards did the right thing. Exhibit number 12 is improper after-hours activity. An officer was driving by Crush, and I would assert that driving by Crush was part of the surveillance, and he decided to check to see why lights are on. He looked through the windows, and he said he thought they were drinking, although he said he was making an assumption. In the report, it says assumption. Are you going to yank somebody's liquor license based on an assumption? Number 2, to show you the bias of the writer of this report, and I believe you'll find in, I think, page 2, it says that Mr. Pham previously attempted to engage in a physical fight with the reporting officer. A physical fight. What he's referring to is exhibit number 11. You'll see in the video that my client is visibly upset. He's about to, he's getting closed down on his first night in business. Police show up 1:15, start ticking him at 1:16. He wants to know the name of the officer. He's getting close to 50. Maybe his eyes aren't that good. So he went to bend the collar, and he should not have touched the police officer. But I want you, when you watch the video, guess what happened? As soon as he did it, he apologized. But yet, several weeks later, that same officer is saying that he attempted to engage in a physical fight. That's ridiculous. That shows the bias of the officers writing the reports, the bias of showing up. All this evidence shows bias. Exhibit 13. They said a bartender uncovered the police, served an undercover police officer. Well, that bartender was terminated. The bar did the right thing. They had an employee that made a mistake. What bar in the state or in the country has somebody who serves alcohol by accident and they have to get rid of the bartender? It's noted in that police report that they went to another bartender to try to get another drink, and they were not served. Second, the police officer who wrote the report says, well, I'm not sure of all the times. I'm assuming it was after. I'm assuming the time. The times are assumptions. So what if it was, was 1 o'clock? What if it was 12:59 they got the drink, right before last call? So when an officer writes in his report, he's assuming the time. How credible is that report? Anyway, this was dealt with the city, with the Nebraska Alcohol Commission, Liquor Commission, and we voluntarily accepted how they do it is a fine, but it was a suspension, but it's not really a suspension because you just pay the money, and my client paid $1,500 to take care of that, because to spend there all day with a lawyer arguing times was going to cost him more than paying the $1,500. Why pay $4,000, $5,000 for the day when you can pay the $1,500 fine and keep your license? Exhibit number 14. Several women were fighting in a public street. And also, when I say public street, there's not one incident inside the bar because security is so good. When there's a fight, they break it up and they escort them outside. Okay? And some of these fights occur down the street, across the street, because people can be hot-headed. I mean, it's young people, it's a bar, there's drinking. So how many bars, don't have people leaving, I'll see you outside? We see it on TV all the time. So anyway, something that surprised me and I had to learn. They may have used pepper spray in the bar. And I said, oh my gosh. So I started researching whether pepper spray is legal to use. To my surprise, it is. And also to my greater supply, when I talked to Mr. Pham and Sandy Dolman, who works with them, that that was advice by the police department to help break up fights, is pepper spray. So apparently that's used in Nebraska. It's encouraged and probably helps people not get punched anymore. So so those again were people who were escorted outside and then got in a fight later outside the building. Exhibit 15 and video 30. While surveilling Crush, officers noticed a person lying in the street and cited the person for open container, resisting arrest, obstruction, and disorderly contact. This person had quite the list. And there was a tavern report issued because of the open container. You go to the next page of that report, the actual incident report, and it says the open container was a 750 milliliter bottle of Don Julio tequila. Crush doesn't serve Don Julio tequila. They don't sell retail bottles. So this open container was brought by somebody outside of Crush and had it. Now there's bars around. The bar called Eat the Worm is about a block and a half, so maybe he's coming from there to see a friend. But how can you cite a bar for somebody having a retail, there's no evidence he was in the bar, a retail bottle of alcohol? Number 16 and video 31. This is an incident where a woman bit a security guard, and she was escorted out when the police arrived. The security guard did not want to press charges as long as she left, and so why is that a tavern report? They exited a person out who was unruly, and they needed the police. I believe this is the one that they may have called the police on to get her out of there. To me, that is a strike in favor of my client. Exhibit 17. Surveilling officer heard a gunshot, and responded. You'll see from the video he's running to the location because he's right there. We have some Crush video that will show that the shooter was not in the nightclub, not coming from the nightclub. So apparently he must have not liked somebody in the nightclub, and walked over, waited for him, and came and shot him. He apparently approached from the police station. So the question is, how do you prevent that as the bar? There's a case I used to teach when I taught law at Creighton about no frills in Omaha, and it's a national case. It's about how you protect people from harm, right? And you have to take reasonable protections, because people will get harmed, say, if they're walking at a grocery store and all the lights are out and it's pitch dark and they get assaulted, okay? They could be liable, especially if the grocery store owner or the franchise knew those lights were broken and they didn't do anything. So liability can attach because they didn't do the proper security. Well, if the lights are there and it's plain, the law says you cannot hold a homeowner, a property or person for doing everything that's necessary beyond reason, because you cannot account for all things, right? For example, we get calls all the time for somebody slipping on ice and they want to sue for slip and fall. They probably get those in the city all the time. I slipped on your eye. Well, if the city's out there spreading ice remover, they're not liable because they've made an effort. But if somebody's already slipped there, you don't do anything, and somebody else slips there and then breaks their leg, you're liable. In this case, we have a person coming from the outside, a danger from the outside that they can't control, and he shoots somebody. Hopefully they caught him, but you'll see in the report that Mr. Pham gave them access to all their security cameras so they could find the person. Now, the report was written like he was uncooperative. Like, do you know what happened? He says, I don't know anything. Well, he knew there was a shooting, but he didn't know who did it, why they did it. So his answer was fine. And they helped. They provided the security video. Hopefully the person is probably in jail now. Exhibit 18. And video exhibits 33 and 34. Crush employees assisting OPD in providing security camera footage. The fight occurred outside the nightclub, and the officer observed the fight while surveying the nightclub from afar, rather than being placed there as a deterrent. Now, if he would have said, because last time I heard about money for the city and everything. Well, if they're going to be sitting in a cruiser a block away, you're spending the same money if they just walk up and sit down on the sidewalk. I mean, not sit down, but stand up by the sidewalk for between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. I think that would deter the fight. You're spending the same amount of money, and you're giving them the same protection you give people, the clients in the traditional Old Market area. So, got a tavern report for that. Exhibit 19 is not a tavern report, it's an investigation report. An extremely intoxicated woman was being escorted from the nightclub by her arm. She never provided a name. She never went to look for a friend and never came back. And Crush, again, did the right thing. They escorted a person who was being unruly in a bar. She wouldn't come, and they escorted her out. And yeah, they probably had to pull her by her arm to get her out of the bar. How is that a mark against a bar or a nightclub? Exhibit 20 is a report, tavern report, that is all speculation. There were people at a Cubby's who said that they were at a disturbance at Crush. No further investigation was contacted, but a tavern report was reported that says that the police surveillance camera on your headquarters said there was some rushing around, but they couldn't tell anything from their cameras. So if the investigation of these two people doesn't have anything, cameras don't have anything. They're a block and 2 blocks away. Why is this a tavern report on Crush? There was just speculation that something went wrong with Crush. Exhibit 22, an officer observed a woman becoming argumentative and belligerent and attempting to hit another woman. Again, they were surveilling from a distance. It was outside the bar. Is this an incident that you get a tavern report? I understand that even though it's public property right outside the bar and in the street, and bars have some responsibility, but you'll see in the videos, they have guards out there. They run to stop things. If something goes, they run out there to try to help and try to stop the fights. So they're doing what is right. Exhibit 22 is videos 35 and 36. While stationed in a patrol car near Crush, running surveillance, they said that, people exiting in a rushed manner. Then a fight broke out in the public sidewalk, and officers instructed people to disperse, but the command was ignored. This is one that's a longer video, and it is kind of concerning that the cops are not, the police officers are not being listened to, but that has nothing to do with the bar. Again, they implied there was open containers, but the only one that was found, I believe, was a retail bottle, not any glasses from the restaurant, the nightclub. And also, this is the one where a bouncer actually got punched inside when he was escorting somebody out, and they say there was a fight. I don't know if that's a fight when somebody's asked to leave because they're unruly and they punch a bouncer and the bouncer grabs them, throws them out. Maybe a fight, maybe not, but it's not the fight that you'd have concerns about. Exhibit 23, outside the nightclub, an unknown intoxicated woman reported that she was punched several times in the face. However, the officer noted he could not locate any injuries or that she provided no description of the assailants. The officer noted that she was an intoxicated female and was uncooperative throughout the entire. So again, they remove somebody who's uncooperative. She makes up a story, maybe, maybe not, and then she leaves and not gives the right name or anything like that. Again, you say that's against the bar at the nightclub. That's Exhibit 23. Exhibit 24, in video 37, a group of friends exited the club, and one of them decided to lay down on the sidewalk. He was surrounded by his friends, and his friends did not ask for help from the bar, or did they call 911? They didn't do anything. They just thought he was kidding or whatever, and then they picked him up. He's obviously probably drunk, and they brought him home. But yet, Crush gets a tavern report? If you're surrounded by your friends and they're taking care of you and they don't ask help from the security or anybody at the bar, why is Crush getting a tavern report? People overdrink at bars all the time. You know, people try to prevent people drinking, but I can tell you, I haven't been to bars in a long time, but it happens. And he was being taken care of by friends. And then there's some speculation that there was another fight there. So I don't really know what that means or where they're getting that, but again, just piling on Crush. And Exhibit 26 is very interesting. Again, we know about Cubby's, right? The only place you might be able to get a little bit of groceries downtown, which is a more important issue, is how are you going to get a grocery store down there someday. So these two women get in a fight at 2 a.m. Okay, remember, my client stops serving alcohol at 1:30. They do slow release, and they're allowed to release people, but they're at 2 p.m. They get in a fight at Crush, and Crush gets a tavern report. Because in the tavern report, the officer writes, coming from Crush. I'm sure all you are familiar where Crush is located now and where Cubby's is. You can't see Crush. You can't see Crush from Cubby's, and you can't see Cubby's from Crush. You got to go down for coming from Crush. You got to go down 14th Street, take a left on Jackson, go to the end of Jackson. It's on the right. Going from Cubby's, you got to go down 13th Street, take a left on Harney over there, and so you can't see that. But it's like, okay, let's see what the second page of this works. The incident reports. You know what? How many times the incident report mentions that Crush was involved? 0. So how did they get a tavern report when the writer of the incident report does not mention Crush at all? But the writer of the tavern report says they came from Crush. Well, even if they did, what does it matter that they got in a fight at Cubby's too? Maybe they bumped into each other's car. I don't know. Nobody knows because the investigation is not complete. Yet we got a tavern report. There's going to be some other evidence that my client will talk about and that respond to that was added, which was fine. I said council's done a great job. However, briefs need to be written and done before additional evidence comes in over the last 2 days. So we'll have some more of that. As I drive around that area since I got this case, and I was very concerned about business complaints and neighborhood complaints. But watching the videos, I'm going, wait a second, there's nobody open. There's nobody on the streets. It's a ghost town, but for his business. To the directly east is Omaha 2 parking. It is a 3-4 story parking garage that covers the whole block. So you can't see 13th Street. And it's probably a very good noise block too. On the south side, you have the Omaha Police Headquarters. Covers the whole block, 3 stories, I don't know, 3 stories, 2 stories, whatever, but it's pretty big, right? Probably blocks the noise going to Jackson Street. To his west, if you go down, there'll be one building that is kind of catty-corner from Crush, but it's a normal 9 to 5, not open weekend business, and the rest of them look vacant. And then you go behind it to the west side, there's nothing there. Now to the north, you have right down, several yards down, there is one apartment complex, and I believe the individual has provided an affidavit that he's concerned about noise and different things like that, which is understandable, but we'll address that in a second. But then there's nothing. One of the power companies, they have a long windowless brick building. So Crush is kind of an island there by itself with nothing around. Then I went to the Old Market website and I went and I looked to see when everybody closes but for the bars. It's like they all close during the weekdays somewhere between 8 o'clock, most 8 o'clock, some 9. On the weekends, and some consider Thursday weekend, some will close, most will close by 10 or 9 or 10 o'clock, and only one is open till 11, and it's not even close to where my client is. So those patrons for those shops and restaurants are gone. Their employees are gone. The only people left are bars, and most of the bars are a good block and a half away from my client, except for one, which is a small hole in the wall next to the power building on the very, very, very north side. So that covers the 4 corners of and why I don't think the businesses, there is no disturbances for the business. My client operates Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 5 o'clock to 2 a.m. Things happen Majority of things happen from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock of these tavern reports. One that happened at 11:30. Well, we know even the latest of the latest restaurants closes at 11. So who's complaining? As far as in the apartment complex, you live by a nightclub, you're going to have noise. Omaha wants a vibrant downtown. They want young people staying. I'm arguing that a bar or nightclub like Crush is necessary. We have brain drain, you heard of that, kids are leaving, right? 21 new college people leaving. Well, from what I tell, the Parliament bar closed. I think that was a dance place. There's another dance place open, the Max, and then there's the Crush, and the Max has a different crowd than my client does. The other bars are just your traditional, from what I can tell, sports bars or hangout bars and things like that. So we're moving a bar that caters to a valuable segment of the Omaha community is a disservice to a vibrant downtown. And as far as, so if you live in a bigger city and you live by bars and nightclubs, you're going to have some noise. And that's just acceptable risk. I mean, after all, you guys knew where the apartment was and you approved a nightclub. Have liquor there. So you're going to have noise. You're going to have some disturbances. If they need to be a better neighbor, they're trying. There's a large upscale apartment complex located about 14th and Jackson, which is about a block and a half. It's not only a block, but most of it looks like a block and a half because there's like a vacant lot, and then the luxury apartments get on the website. They say upscale luxury, and they're far enough away where they may get something in the summer if they have open windows, but I really doubt they see anything in the winter with closed windows. So we'll have to listen to whomever comes from there. But I did note something which, in the history of this, I believe one of the complainants of the bar of Crush that lives there actually attempted to buy the bar when it was Throwback, and he didn't. And the business broker, who I say in my brief, I can name him, but I won't do publicly because he doesn't want to be brought into everything, said that he wants to see that bar put out of business. So I think some disingenuous things. So that's really the summation of the opening argument, and I apologize it's take so long, but when you have a box full of evidence and videos, I'm showing you what the evidence that you've seen and read with great detail. And I wrote it down so you could follow it without taking notes. Hopefully I took notes on the side. And with that, my first witness is going to be Tony Pham, and he's going to talk about renovations, what he did to revive the Throwback bar and turn it into Crush, the cost, the lease, the effort to sell, and some of the surveillance. Sandy Dolman will talk about some of the exhibits that we will show, and then we will, in rebuttal, she will talk about what the city says about these exhibits. So with that, Tony?
So for now, you intend to call 2 witnesses, is that correct? Just so we know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I actually wanted to make a point on how we try to do the right thing and what we do to do preventative things to make sure the bar's safe. When Throwback was open for the first 3-4 years, we did have OPD work for us out front in uniform. When we closed for 2 months for Crush's renovations, the police officers, which was a team of about 8 to 10 of them that rotated out, they said they promised to come back and work, and there was no issues with that. The first couple weekends they worked for us. After that, they stopped showing up, doing no call, no shows. I called them and asked them why, and they told me specifically that they were told by their supervisors not to work for us anymore. since then, we've hired the sheriff's department, which don't have a conflict with OPD. So just to let you know, we did used to have police officers there all the time, but there's something more sinister going on that I'm not sure what is.
You're the owner of Crush Ultra Lounge, correct?
Correct.
Is the co-owner still your wife, Brianna?
Yes.
But you are going through a divorce?
Eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah, Bill, can you get a little closer to the microphone too, just so we can hear?
There's a microphone on the table. If you want to use that one so that you don't have to stand so close to each other.
And Tony, I think I do need to get your address, name and address, just for the record too.
My name is Tony Pham, 10611 Hillcrest Drive, La Vista, 68128.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Pham, could you tell us about the rebranding and the construction cost, remodeling cost that you went through last year?
With the reputation that Throwback was getting for 2-3 years or so, we thought it would be best to rebrand it and turn to our higher end lounge. We spent about $400,000 on the renovations. We closed down for a couple months. During that time, I still employed my 25 to 30 staff members just so they wouldn't be out of job for 2 months. I find it to be a moral obligation for me to keep them employed and do everything I can because they rely on me and that business. A lot of them have been there for years. My lease every month is about $17,000, give or take.
So by losing your liquor license, you'll lose the business and still have to pay the $17,000 a month?
Correct. With the 3-year lease still remaining, we would be, the renovations only happened about 8 months ago, so financially it'd be ruining.
Have you tried to sell the nightclub?
Yes, it's actually still currently just recently placed on the market as Crush. The stockbroker or the broker said that we had to be in business for a certain amount of time for the financials to actually gain ground. But before that, we've always been actively trying to sell the club, since the second year. But unfortunately, every time we had somebody ready to buy and ready to sign, the media or the city would come up with some sort of issues that would spook off the buyers. And we've had about 4 of those.
If you aren't able to sell the building, will you sublease it to somebody?
Yes, we'd have to. I mean, we still have to maintain and pay our lease.
Describe your crowd. Is it mostly black and people of color?
Yes, it's predominantly an urban crowd.
Okay. And what type of music do you play?
We play mostly hip hop, R&B, and I wouldn't say use the word rap because we try to go with more of the broader genres.
And since you've opened, you've noticed surveillance of your place?
Yes, uncomfortably to a point where we basically had enough, and so I directed my staff, my managers, the security guards. I was like, if there's any interactions with the police officers from now on, please record because it seems like it's all one-sided. And as Mr. Bianco has read through all these exhibits, I think you can agree that a lot of them seem to be very unfair and biased.
That's all the questions I have because Ms. Dolman will help us through the exhibits, but we may have some more questions for you.
All righty.
Thank you. And just your name and address for the record too, please.
I'm Sandy Doofman, 4535 Bancroft Street.
Thanks.
I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Close enough.
You're an employee at Crush Bar.
Correct.
And you help oversee their renovations?
Yes.
And you have been present during most of the evenings there when incidents have allegedly happened?
Correct.
Okay. What I'm going to show you are some videos, I believe, and some pictures. Can you describe them? They're all on your flash drive, so if you ever want to look at them, but let's see. We don't want that one, do we? No. Can you describe this picture?
That is a picture of police surveillance on just a random night. That is again police surveillance on a random night. More police surveillance on a random night.
We'll skip that. All right, these are 3 videos. Try to match them with the incident.
Okay. This is a fight outside the club. You'll see a guest punch a couple of women in the face. My security attempts to break up the fight, and then you'll notice police come into the frame, and they come in and break it up.
So you're
No one was called. They were somehow on the scene. This is a night outside the club. You may hear me narrate on here that
No fights, no problems.
Yeah, there's nothing happening, but you'll notice that there is a large police presence as there's nothing happening. People are dispersing
No fights, no problems.
politely. Nothing's going on, but there is a very, very large police presence.
This one is a shooting.
This is the shooting. So you see the fight in the upper right-hand corner, and then the shooter will walk into the screen again from the upper right-hand corner. And everyone disperses. So fight starts, and then upper right-hand corner is where the shooter comes from. Gun is already out when he walks up.
That's all I have for you. We may have her for rebuttals if we need to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now proceed to Mr. Grauman if you have any follow-up questions at this stage.
I will start with questions for, David Grauman, City of Omaha Law Department. I'll start with Mr. Pham today. Mr. Pham, and if you could just take a seat at the table and use his mic. No problem at all. Mr. Pham, thank you for appearing today for this hearing. Appreciate it. I'd like to start by simply going through some of the issues that Mr. Bianco questioned you about, and then I have other questions related to issues involving Crush. Specifically, I'll start first with the fact that you spoke earlier about officers from the Omaha Police Department serving as security at your particular establishment. Can you identify what officers were serving as security there?
Doesn't sound like it.
Hello?
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's okay.
I remember Officer White. Officer Dan White, Officer Tony White, Dan Herrera, I believe, and then quite a few more. And Palermo was their leader at the time, the first year or so. But there was about 4 others that I don't remember their names. There was a couple females and a couple other officers as well.
Okay. And you indicated that they worked for you for a few years, and then when you rebranded to Crush and you contacted them to come back and provide security, all of them indicated they could not provide security?
So what happened was the last time we had a hearing here for the long form last year, those officers actually showed up here to speak for us. They were not allowed to speak, if you recall that. But they were on our side. They always agreed that we did things the right way. And then when the main head person for Crush that was organizing everything was Dan White, I believe. And so they showed up the first weekend. Second week, they showed up late. Third weekend, just no call. Third weekend, they said, oh, we can't make it tonight at the last second, putting us in a bind when they knew we had a big event. Fourth weekend, they just no call, no show. They did that a couple weeks, and then we were concerned about that because we need to make plans if we should hire more security or other types of officers. And unfortunately, we couldn't get anybody on our side for a few months until recently. Sheriff's Department offered to take up their space, and they've been working for us for about a month and a half now.
Did they ever indicate to you specifically that they had been ordered by the Omaha Police Department not to report for duty as your security?
Yes, I would say so.
Who indicated that?
Well, I was told, I was given, I don't know if I want to tell, I was given private phone calls that's giving me inside information saying they're not either allowed to work for us or they were given tips and hints and for us to do certain other things.
Did they tell you that they were not able to serve as security because of the issues that were going on at Crush?
Because they felt like they were getting bullied by their supervisors or the Omaha Police Department for always coming working for us, and their opinions of us differed from OPD's, and so they didn't want to feel the backlash of the department on them. So, and I understand completely. I don't blame them for not working for us.
Okay. I'm going to move to the issue. You said you were closed for a few months, rebranding.
2 months.
2 months. And you continued to pay how many employees during that period?
Well, I had them work. We on and off. They would do labor, kind of help us redesign, stuff like that. I would say probably about 20 of them were working for us, maybe.
Were you paying them their normal salary that they would make during
hourly.
operations?
Yeah, hourly or salary, like Sandy.
And you've indicated that the financial side of your business, it's a very tight budget and you have to turn profits by staying open. I think previously you've testified to the Liquor Commission that even a half an hour makes a huge difference in the amount of money you can bring in and how you can run your operation, correct?
Yes, if you actually do the math, we're open Thursday through Sunday from 5 to close. But generally, since we're a nightclub, no one comes in there till 11:30, and we close at 1:30, so that's 2 hours. Thursdays is already slow. There's never any issues. Friday and Saturdays, that's 2 hours for us to generate revenue. Saturdays, 2 hours, and Sundays pretty much dead. So that gives us 4 hours a week, 16 hours a month to generate enough money to pay all our financial obligations.
So how were you able to keep that many staff on the payroll and pay for them when you were shut down for a full 2 months?
We saved up, and I don't feel like I needed to let them go because it would be more expensive to hire new people after 2 months of renovations and retrain them. So I gave them whatever type of labor or whatever they could do, but generally it was minimum wage.
So when you indicated to the Liquor Commission that you needed to push back that closing time from 1 to 1:30 because you were running such a tight budget, was that a misrepresentation because you were able to then shut down for 2 months and continue paying staff?
I didn't ask for the 1:30. They said after a few months they can push back to 1:30 for us.
Well, that was pursuant to your request to the commission to
Possibly,
change the
I can't
restrictions.
recall that, but yes, we stuck by the 1 a.m. and then eventually June 1st was the expiration date on that.
Okay. Another issue that you discussed with Mr. Bianco was the repeated attempts to sell the property or the business.
Yes.
Not the property, I'm sorry, the business. You said on 4 different instances you've had buyers that were potentially interested in buying?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe, and I want to speak for you, I believe you indicated that because of the issues that are created when there's a city council hearing or a Nebraska Liquor Commission hearing related to your business, that has then created problems in your ability to sell?
I wouldn't just limit it to city council requests or liquor commission because liquor commission comes after the city council. But a lot of media embellishment and sensationalizations of certain stories that weren't even true or justified, but it would scare off our potential buyers a week or two before they were supposed to sign them and do what the city council wanted, which was new management, new ownership. But it just never worked out.
There was a long period from the Liquor Commission hearing where they overturned the city council and granted you your Class C license, which was in the fall of 2023, all the way until present. Why were you not able to sell during that long period, over a year, where there hasn't been a lot of
Our
publicity?
reputation was already been tainted. That's why we decided to rebrand, because we couldn't sell Throwback at that point. Because if you Google it, then there's nothing but negative stuff will come up.
Okay. How long have you lived in the Omaha area?
45 years.
Were you born here?
No.
Okay. And have you worked at other bars and clubs in the Omaha area?
Yes.
In what capacity have you worked in those clubs?
Everything from Applebee's to high-end cigar bars to nightclubs to martini bars.
Okay. And were you, again, your position in those bars, were you typically managers? Were you ever the owner of another bar?
I was working as a manager at another bar years ago, but mostly bartending and waiting.
Okay. When you rebranded, you appeared down in Lincoln before the commission. I was there as well. Brianna Famcar was not present for that hearing. It's my understanding from the long form application, she was the majority owner. She was a 76% owner in the business. You were a 24% minority owner. As part of the rebrand, I believe you became the corporate manager of Throwback Empire, now doing business as Crush. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Brianna still the, as far as we stand here today, is she still the majority owner of 76%?
Yes.
Okay. When you submitted, or when Brianna submitted that application, that long form application to the City Council and to the Liquor Commission, the contact information provided on there was an email address for Throwback, as well as Brianna's email, and that was the email that the city had, in addition to the Throwback email, those were the email addresses we were sending out to try and put you on notice of this hearing. Did you ever, when you went through the rebrand, did you put the Liquor Commission and or the City Council on notice of a new email that we should be contacting you at?
I can't recall if I did or not, but I think we did.
Okay.
Just to think.
All right. I mean, if I told you I'd reached out to the Liquor Commission and asked them if you had and they told me no, does that refresh your
Like I said, I
recollection of
couldn't
that?
recall.
All right. We also, the clerk's office, on behalf of the city, mailed out all the notices to the business address for Crush. Are you indicating that you did not receive any of those that were mailed to the business address? Who's responsible for collecting your mail and reviewing your mail that goes to Crush? Or
myself, mostly.
And in the course of weeks, you didn't review any of the mail that came in? Okay. There were social media posts online, and I can have our Sergeant Rubin speak to that later on, but there were social media posts online from your DJs and other patrons that all were indicating they were aware of the hearing that was supposed to occur, the original hearing date, January 21st. Your testimony is that you had no...
No, that's exactly what happened. Was I found out the night before, and then we reached out and we posted it, and then that's when we gained support, and that's why everybody showed up.
And that's the first time you had heard about the hearing?
That's the first time I heard about it. And I remember if Mr. Bianco, my attorney, when he called me, he's like, "What is this about a city council hearing that you missed?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then a few minutes later, Channel 7 called and wanted me to speak up on the Liquor Commission suspension, and I was like, "Well, there is no suspension. You know, we paid a fine." And next thing you know, we get called in front of the Liquor Commission, or the City Council here to continue on that hearing.
Okay. I'm going to speak a little bit about some of these hearings. I'll be brief, but I wanted to ask you a couple questions related to, first, the long-form hearing in front of the City Council on June 27, 2023. During that hearing, you testified that, and this is quote, "We're the safest venue in the old market." Today, would you still stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the tavern reports and the latest incidents that have occurred outside your bar involving your patrons don't change your opinion on that?
Not the way that we've already disputed those. I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at all the other bars in the old market, there's been a murder at Parliament and then I got in trouble. There's a security that got shot in the face in front of Mo and Curly's. There's fights and shootings at Capitol District constantly. Where are those on the news? Where are those? Why aren't they getting called up front? You know, there's overdoses at Max almost every weekend. And speaking of the Max, they are only a block away from that apartment building that says we're the cause of the complaints. When the Max is a bigger bar by 4 times, and they literally are half the distance from where we're at.
Your attorney at the long-form hearing, Perry Persh, indicated that you were set to close and sell the business on July 31st, 2023. Brianna Famcar also testified to similar statements during that hearing. Can you indicate what happened with that particular sale?
Like I said, there's been a few, but if I'm recalling the same ones, it was a couple from Colorado. They were police officers that wanted to come over and take over the bar. And at the end of the day, when we had a set price, signed contract, transition was supposed to be taken over, and then the media and the city caused a big fuss. And so now, being probably financially savvy, they knew that they would give a better price once we were shut down. So they did everything they could to get us shut down, and they canceled our contract.
But they never ended up purchasing the business?
No, they made me plenty of offers afterwards for pretty much nothing.
Okay, but you could have sold if you wanted to?
Yes, I guess we could, and be financial ruin, yes.
At the Liquor Commission hearing on April 2nd, 2024, you spoke to the percentages of food versus alcohol that you were aiming to reach with the rebrand to Crush. Can you tell me right now what the current percentage of your revenue generated from food is?
No, I could not.
Can you tell me what, so you can't speak then, I don't want to put words in your mouth,
I'd
but
have to look
alcohol
through our
either?
books. I have to look through our numbers and books.
Can you give me general numbers? Do you have any idea where you're?
I can't put myself out there like that.
Okay. Do you recall indicating to the commission that you were looking to hit at least 45% sales from food?
That sounds about right.
And at that time, I believe you were at 20% from food, if I recall correctly. Does that sound right?
Yep. We changed up our menu. We wanted a higher end type of menu with steak and things of that sort. So yes, we were shooting for that number.
All right. You enlist the help of professional training companies as well pursuant to your testimony at that hearing. Is that correct?
We went to the restaurant and bar show in Vegas, and we spoke to the companies that are there to help you better your business with security and financials and things of that sort, yes.
Okay. So what other professional training companies have you used, either from the management perspective of Crush and or from a security perspective?
Well, for one, we use OPD. They taught my guys how to, they took some carry conceal classes. They learned some takedown type of things. I also train, and I emphasize to all of them, we're not a violent place. I say we need to be empathetic, sympathetic to everybody's plight. They might be a complete jerk because their wife left them that day. I don't know, but don't ever hit the people. Don't throw them out with disrespect. Just please walk them out. Just be as nice as you can and work in numbers. And so we're not there to bully people. We're not there to physically put our hands on them. But sometimes, you'll never see one of my guys strike another customer. You'll never see that.
What training do you have related to the use of pepper spray in the club or outside the club?
That I do?
Yeah, what does Crush, what do you require of your?
I just stated those. I mean, just going, when they learned tactics through OPD when I took them to those classes. And then, they've done online stuff before. A lot of them are military. And pepper spray, we were told by OPD to get them, and so which brand to get, and so that's how these guys are equipped with pepper spray. And even then, I tell them to be very careful on how to use it and when to disperse it.
Sorry, let me rephrase that question. Do you have a specific policy? Do you have a corporate policy in place, a written policy that details when pepper spray is used, what the threshold is?
No, I do not.
Do you have a written policy to determine when your officers, or when your security, should use force to stop an incident?
No.
Do you have any written policies regarding the use of constraints or handcuffs?
No.
Are you aware of whether your security has ever placed a patron in handcuffs?
No, we have not.
You have not. Do you have a written policy addressing banning and barring a patron?
Yes, we do.
What's the threshold for that?
As far as our policy?
Correct.
So once they become disorderly and we don't want them back, we have them come in, or we have paperwork. We ask for their ID, and if they don't, then we just find out who they are and get their name and sign it if they're there. But a lot of people, once they're in that position, they don't want to be cooperative and stick around. So if the police officers are there, then we have them help as well. They've been in our office and help us sign paperwork and ban and bar forms.
And how many patrons have you banned and barred since opening?
I would say maybe 10.
Is that since you rebranded a Crush or in total?
That's probably total.
All At this time, that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Pham. Is it Ms. Dooman? Doofman, I would like to ask you some questions now. That one's live. It's not working. All right. Can you test that one out for us?
Can you hear me?
It's been in and out a little bit. I think we can all hear it, but it hasn't been overly loud.
Just come up here. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'll again ask you about some questions that your attorney questioned you about, and I have my own questions, all right? You were asked questions related to pictures that your attorney was putting up on the presentation, and he asked you to identify what you thought the police officers were doing in those pictures, correct?
Correct.
And you said you thought they were doing surveillance. Are you speculating as to whether they were doing surveillance?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a
Mr. Grauman,
degree?
should we take name and address properly again for the record?
Oh,
yeah.
For the witness?
Yeah.
Would you please provide your name and address?
Sandy Doofman, 4535 Bancroft Street.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any type of degree in criminal justice?
I do not.
All right. Have you ever worked in law enforcement?
I do not. I have not.
All right. So when you're looking at police officers that are stationed across the street and you say they're doing surveillance, they could just be posted out because that's their area of town they're supposed to be sitting and watching at that particular time.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what dates those videos are from? Because I didn't see dates on any of the videos that were presented.
I could get the dates because most of those came either from my phone or from my security's phones.
Okay. And I'm asking simply because I have reviewed a number of body-worn camera footage videos, and some of the videos look like they may have been following instances where there was violence or there was the need for police force there, and that was why there was so many police officers in the street. Is that possible?
Again, I could get you the dates because it either came from my phone or from my security's phones.
One of the videos, you indicated that there was a gunshot fired, correct?
Yes,
All right. Were you outside during that gunshot?
I was not.
All right. Did you speak with anyone that was outside at that time?
Yes.
Did they indicate to you that they had heard a gunshot?
Yes.
All right. How long have you worked in the bar and club industry?
In hospitality, over 20 years.
And how long have you worked at Crush?
I took over right before Halloween of 2023.
All right. And what are your duties at Crush?
I run operations.
Are you in charge of security?
No.
All right. What training have you received specific to running the operations at Crush?
Can you explain the question further?
What qualifications do you have? What education do you have that assist you in performing your duties at Crush?
Again, I'm not. Can you be more specific? Like what?
Have you
what
taken
do
any formal training?
Yes.
What is that?
So for running operations, I've worked on de-escalating situations. I've worked on making people happy with what they have. I've worked on inventory. I've worked on. I'm not really sure what you're looking for.
I'm just wondering because, as Mr. Bianco indicated, we will see some videos later on, and in many of those videos, you're the face of the operation. Police officers will come up and ask you, where's management, and you'll be sent out to answer the questions of police. And in those instances, usually there's a disturbance or there's something that's resulting in the police officers coming down. So I was asking these questions to see why you, rather than Mr. Pham, comes out in a number of instances to explain whatever's happening, to address the police officers when they have questions.
Okay, so a lot of the time it's because I deal with like de-escalating situations.
Okay. And to build on the question I just had, at times in the videos, we will see, you appear unaware of the liquor restrictions that were placed on the license Crush holds. You asked questions of the officers, and that's why I'm drawing that conclusion. When you were hired at Crush, did Mr. Pham make you aware of the fact that the liquor license held by Crush had restrictions imposed on it that other organizations don't necessarily have?
Yes, my understanding was that we had to stop liquor sales at 1 o'clock, not close at 1 o'clock. And so that was where my confusion was, and I was asking for clarification of, do we have to close or do we have to stop liquor sales?
I spoke a little bit earlier with Mr. Pham. When you ban and bar a patron, are you part of that process? Do you assist in that?
Yes.
Is there paperwork you fill out?
Typically, I start the paperwork and then use police officers to finish filling it out.
Okay. And then do you keep a copy on file with Crush, or do you submit it all to the police department?
Yes, both.
Both, all right. The disturbances have escalated in frequency and severity over the past few months with Crush. Would you agree with that statement?
Not necessarily.
Are you aware there's been a stabbing outside of Crush within the last 3 months or so?
Yes.
Are you aware there's been a shooting outside of Crush within the last 3 months or so?
Yes.
Are you aware of prior instances of shootings outside of the establishment?
No.
But you would not agree that it has increased in severity, the disturbances over the last few months?
I would say that that is just an issue, like a timing, an issue of timing.
Is it an indication that the measures Crush is taking are not working and stopping these disturbances?
A random citizen walked up and shot someone. That is not necessarily an issue of what Crush did.
Those were patrons from your establishment, correct, that were involved in that incident?
The shooter was never inside my establishment.
Which shooter are you talking about? What date are you talking about?
The shooter that was in the white hoodie was never inside my establishment.
Okay. What measures do you take to ensure that patrons do not bring weapons, drugs, or other prohibited items into the club?
Everyone is wanted outside before they come in.
All right. So your position would be that people are unable to get knives, guns, and other weapons into Crush?
It is more difficult to get them inside Crush than other establishments because they are wanted.
All right. Are you aware that your security has been bitten by a patron?
Yes.
Was that patron banned and barred?
No.
In another instance, we'll see a video where 2 women patrons were inside the bar. They got into an altercation, I believe, with a server or a bartender, and they were subsequently removed from the bar. They were banned and barred. Can you tell me why they were banned and barred and why a woman who bit one of your security was not banned and barred?
No.
I think that's all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
All set for now? Okay, thank you. And this is not the stage for rebuttal. That comes later, I believe. Is that an accurate statement? That's your understanding too, Mr. Bianco? Okay, thank you. Council members, at this stage, at each stage, council members have the opportunity to ask questions if they so desire. This is the first opportunity to do that if any council member wishes to ask a question. I don't think I see any. We'll move to the next stage, which is to allow anyone who's here in support of the license, that'd be to keep the license, to speak if they so wish. This is the first portion where we will use a light system. I just want to make sure we have that up and going here before we ask anybody who wants to come up. How are we doing with the light system there? Are we ready?
Come down. That's okay, I don't think you can see that.
Sorry, I'm dressed how I'm dressed. I just closed my shop.
Yeah, no problem. Just 1 second. I want to make sure that we have the light system ready. Okay. Just your name and address, then you'll have 2 minutes to present your case.
Steve Fennell, 11303 Port Royal Drive, Pavilion 66046.
Okay.
I've just been to Mr. Pham establishment multiple times. Just
I think we
never
have-
had a.
Hold on one second, we have two microphones on at the same time there, I think. It's causing some interference.
I got a big mouth.
All right, there we go. Yeah, go ahead. You're good.
Sir, counsel, I've just been to Mr. Phom's establishment multiple times. Actually had my reception at his establishment. He opened it up for me to use the VIP section back when it was Throwback before they transferred to Crush. And we've been there multiple times, had a good time, and we just never had any issues. And I guess I just wanted to say that. I've been there, I don't know, probably 20, 25 times, and there's never been an issue with patrons, well, especially me and my wife, but just in general, staff, customers, management, nothing. It's been cool. And I'm almost 48, so I've been to a couple little bars in my day, so I enjoy it. Anyway, just in support of keeping it open. It's a good time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor of the license that wants to speak today? Okay. I don't think I see anyone else. Council members, you also have the ability to ask a question at this stage if you'd like. I don't think I see any lights on. Okay. We'll now move to the next section of the proceedings here, which is to ask if there's anyone in opposition to the license that wants to speak today. And you also have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Holly Barrett, Executive Director of the Omaha Downtown Improvement District. You all know I like to speak off the cuff, but this one is important enough that I did actually write some things down. I actually am here speaking on behalf of my organization. I'm also an ex officio board member of the Old Market Association, and I'm here representing their voices. I'm also here as a resident. I live at 1403 Farnham. I live on the 8th floor. It's 2 blocks away from the establishment. So I'm here today, sadly, in opposition of the renewal of the liquor license of Crush. Over the last few years, my organization has attempted to work with this business, both in the current model and in its previous model, to help them be a success. Both concepts have been unique and fresh and a much-needed injection of new faces in our urban neighborhood. Each time we've reached out to the business, they have welcomed our suggestions and promises for change, but we've not ever actually seen a change in the behavior of the patrons. And it sounds like, according to several tavern reports over the last year, we've not seen positive behavioral changes from the management and the owners themselves. We continue to receive complaints from their neighbors. These are the residential neighbors that I'm talking about, but the business neighbors have also joined in as well through the Old Market Association. We receive complaints about noise, human waste, violent tavern reports with weapons and assaults. I myself can hear the noise from the out crowd very, very regularly. We do absolutely expect to see these kinds of things in an urban core. And in fact, as the devil's advocate, whenever we do get complaints like this, the first thing I say is, you do know you moved into a place that's above a bar. We find that these complaints that we've been receiving for many, many years, but certainly over the last couple of months, they have escalated. And it's no longer just normal noise complaints. It is not just, oh, it's occasionally loud. It's an every single weekend thing. This is the hardest part. Downtown and Old Market in particular have always been the most unique melting pot in our city. We've welcomed all races, all genders, all abilities, all cultures.
I'll have to have you wrap up with the light coming on here.
Yeah. I apologize. It'd be very easy to see that you feel like you are being targeted with this. And over the last year, my own organization has invested so many dollars in private security officers who are not authorized to enforce anything. They are simply there as present and as a deterrent. We've also invested in improved landscaping, public art infrastructure. We've done everything we feel we can on our end to advocate for this business and to their neighbors. And we just have not seen a big enough change in the behavior to be able to stand here today and support the continuance of the license.
Thank you. Are there any other folks here that want to speak in opposition to the license?
Dave Grauman, City of Omaha, Attorney's Office. I'm here to speak on behalf of local resident and business owner Dan Emanuel. He was prepared to testify at the previous hearing, but because of the continuance, he's now out of town. So he's submitted an affidavit that I've provided to Mr. Bianco and as well submitted to the City Council. So I'm simply going to read his affidavit.
Okay.
My name is Dan Emanuel. My address is 416 South 14th Street. My property, the Medler Building, is next door to Crush and has been my home for almost 40 years. It has been home for various professional office tenants over the years and is designated as a City of Omaha landmark building. I've had issues with Throwback, now Crush, since it opened. In the last 4 years, I have sent numerous reports on disturbances to city officials, OPD, and the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission. Within the last year, I've seen several fights that spilled onto 14th Street, all requiring a large police presence. Within the last year, I've cleaned up litter, broken glass, vomit, and blood from my sidewalk. Within the last year, I've heard gunfire. Although these disturbances usually occur late on weekend nights, they still make the news and are harmful to the perception of safety in downtown and the Old Market in particular. Likewise, it makes it more difficult for property owners in the area to market and lease space in our buildings. Dan Emanuel. Thank you. That's all I have.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the license today? Seeing none, council members, you also have the ability to ask any questions. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Is my mic working?
Yes.
I am following this property, and these items are coming forward to the council. And I didn't realize there was a media blitz against this business. And when I was listening to comments today, evidently Tony invested $400,000 into his property. So I can just say that I think he's a good property manager, but the switch to a new business concept, I don't think hit the target or what have you. And I think wanting to move away from what's transpired the last few years, it would be good for the city. And like I said, I don't know what the media is saying, but that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here that wants to speak in opposition to the license? Okay. Seeing none, council members, you also have the ability to ask questions at this juncture.
Clarification, if I can. Yep. What is the process after now? So we had support and opposition. What's next?
Following this section, we'll hear from the city and law enforcement to present their evidence, and then there'll be a cross-examination after that and also rebuttal.
Okay, so if we want to question opponents or proponents, now is the time to do it.
I think you may do that anytime you like, including towards the end of the hearing.
Is it okay to do that at the end then?
Yes.
Matt Kuzi from the Law Department. It's my understanding, and I think Council President Festerson has been following this process. After each step that we're going through as outlined in the ordinance, Council President Festerson is then asking for any questions. So I believe that we are now at the presentation of evidence by the city, Law Department, and law enforcement. Following that, the council is given the opportunity to ask questions. Then there's cross-examination of persons testifying in opposition to the license by the applicant. Then there can be questions from the council. My point is, after each stage, the council president will afford council members to ask questions. So you have plenty of opportunities to ask questions as we, I guess, move down the list.
Okay, that answer, that I appreciate that, because this is a process we've never really been through, so I appreciate the clarification. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, did you wish to speak at this stage?
Yes. I'm sorry, your name? Yes, could you come up to the mic, please?
David Grauman, City of Omaha Law Department.
Thank you. Point of clarification, during our pre-council today, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not say that we could ask questions throughout this process?
Correct.
So to me, that means that if I so choose to wait till the end to ask all my questions, I'm able to do so. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. With those clarifications, we'll now move on to the next section, which is the city and law enforcement presenting their evidence. The city clerk suggests a 2-minute recess to try and make sure the microphones are working for everybody, so we'll allow them that opportunity. Also for council members if they need that quick break.
5 minutes.
right. We're all assembled. We'll resume the proceedings now. And at this juncture, we'll hear from the city and law enforcement presenting their evidence, starting with Mr. Grauman.
David Grauman, City of Omaha Law Department. I will, as Mr. Bianco did, I'll start with an opening. I'll try to be succinct in providing my opening and responding to some of the comments that Mr. Bianco made when he began the proceeding today. And I'll start with the fact that this hearing today is pursuant to a request from the City Council Law Committee. The hearing is being conducted to determine whether the evidence presented before the City Council warrants the cancellation of the Class C license held by Throwback Empire, LLC, doing business as Crush Ultra Lounge. It's a mouthful, so moving forward, I'm probably just going to refer to it as Crush, but that's synonymous with Throwback Empire, who actually holds the license. Mr. Bianco went through the evidence, and so I won't be redundant, but what I will say is that we offered a number of certified copies of exhibits from prior hearings, orders that resulted from those hearings, and a conviction on a liquor law violation by Mr. Pham, and thereby by Crush. This information, Mr. Bianco indicated, it's double jeopardy, but our position on the city side is that this is extremely relevant evidence. This hearing today, and the fact we're here today, isn't because of one incident. It's not because of a couple months of problems with Crush. It's the culmination of years and years of trying, the city, the Liquor Commission, and the neighborhood, trying to work with Crush to correct the issues, the problems that this establishment creates, and in introducing the transcripts from those hearings, as well as the orders that indicate and show restrictions that were put in place, and will ultimately, through the evidence of the Omaha police officers, we will show that Tony Pham violated those orders that the Liquor Commission put in place. It's necessary, it's relevant evidence. And it just, like I say, it justifies the action in totality. Some of these exhibits, and I'll just run through the certified copies I've presented, they're self-authenticating, so we're introducing those without having any testimony on it. They speak for themselves. But our Exhibit 1 is a certified copy of the transcript from the Omaha City Council meeting on October 18th, 2022, determining whether a formal renewal application, a long-form process, would be necessary for Crush. Second exhibit is a certified copy of Resolution 2022-1019, requesting that the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission require Crush to submit to the long-form formal application. Third exhibit is a certified copy of the transcript from the long-form hearing before the Omaha City Council on June 27, 2023. The fourth exhibit is a Resolution 2023-0663, recommending that the long-form application for the Class C license by, at the time, Throwback Empire, now Crush, be denied. The fifth exhibit is a certified copy of the transcript from the hearing before the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission on September 6th and 7th, considering the long-form application license of Throwback Empire, here Crush. The sixth exhibit is a certified copy of the order from the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission dated September 14th, 2023, approving the Class C license for Crush. However, it was approved with restrictions. Seventh exhibit is a transcript from a show cause hearing before the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission dated April 2nd, 2024, related to a request to modify the liquor license restrictions and rebrand Throwback to Crush. The eighth exhibit is an order from the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission dated April 8th, 2024, modifying the restrictions of the Class C license held by Crush. And the ninth exhibit is a certified copy of the journal entry and order of conviction of Tony Pham dated December 18th, 2024, for violating Nebraska Revised Statute 53-179, which is the sale or dispensing of alcohol liquor forbidden during certain hours. And in this case, that was a violation of both state liquor law as well as the specific order and restrictions put in place by the Liquor Commission. Mr. Tony Pham, as owner and manager of Crush Ultra Lounge, has violated the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission regulations and city ordinances in various ways. Most importantly, but not defined and specific to only these specific instances, the things that we're going to look at today are allowing disturbances and other unlawful conduct by customers, failing to follow the conditions on the license, and making statements and representations and testimony to the Omaha City Council and the Liquor Commission to obtain the license, but failing to operate in compliance with those representations and statements. Crush, formerly Throwback Lounge, was required to file that long-form application and appear before the City Council on June 27, 2023, because of a pattern of disturbances associated with the bar. The long-form application, in and of itself, was an indication that there were already problems. The City Council voted unanimously 6-0 to deny the application for a liquor license. Crush appealed that denial to the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, and a hearing was held, as previously stated, on September 6, 2023, which resulted in Crush being approved for a Class C liquor license with specific provisions in place. Representatives from Throwback Empire, including Mr. Pham, made significant promises during both that long-form City Council hearing as well as the hearing before the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, but they failed to comply with those representations and have allowed Crush to become the most problematic bar in downtown Omaha, as the testimony of these officers will establish. During the long-form hearing before the City Council and the hearing before the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, Mr. Pham made a number of representations to each respective body related to his commitment to work with law enforcement, to ensure the safety of the public and patrons, and to respect businesses and residents in the vicinity around Crush, as well as many of the promises that he made. On April 2nd, 2024, only 6 months after renewing its liquor license, a hearing on an order to show cause was held before the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, pursuant to a request by Mr. Pham to modify restrictions on the license. Most notably, the request sought to move the 1 a.m. closing time restriction that was in place, as well as allow outside promoters, which had been banned pursuant to the order that was in place. Mr. Pham also advised the commission that he was rebranding his bar to target a new demographic of 30 to 50-year-old patrons by featuring blues and jazz music. The Liquor Commission issued an order on April 8, 2024, keeping the majority of the restrictions in place. However, it did allow for the restriction on the closing time of 1 a.m. to be moved to 1:30 on June 10, 2024. On April 13, 2024, less than 2 weeks after testifying in front of the Liquor Commission regarding his commitment to abide by the restrictions that were put in place on the license, Mr. Pham was cited and ultimately convicted for an open container after hours. Including the police reports.
You'll have an opportunity to rebut here in a minute.
I'll allow the objection and respond accordingly. You won't make the objection on the record. That's fine.
I would object to a no contest plea being used as in a civil matter and also being misphrased as a conviction. A no contest plea is explained in my brief. It is a plea of no low contendo, which means I'm not going to charge. However, a defendant in a case like that or other cases, they will be, as far as the law goes, they will be punished as if they pled guilty. But the guilty verdict, the no low contendo, is not a conviction.
Okay, thank you. I'll sustain that objection, correct?
Well, I'll respond if you'd like me to.
Go ahead.
In response to Mr. Bianco's statements, the Nebraska Supreme Court has explained that Rule 410 does not prohibit the use of the conviction which results from a no low contendo plea. It goes on to say, if a judgment of conviction has been entered on the plea, the record is competent evidence of the fact of the conviction. That's all we're introducing. We're not introducing anything other than the fact that Mr. Pham did plead no contest and was ultimately found guilty of violating a liquor law.
Okay, thank you.
On April 13th, less than 2 weeks after testifying in front of the Liquor Commission, as I previously stated, he was cited and he was found to have violated the open container after hours provision of the Nebraska liquor laws. Including the police reports from that night, the city will introduce OPD reports from approximately 20 other dates and incidents involving Crush over the past 10 months. These reports outline an unreasonable frequency and worsening pattern of disturbances culminating in life-threatening violence involving shootings and stabbings at or outside of Crush. You will see police body-worn camera footage today, which shows numerous disturbances at the club. Mr. Pham's lack of respect for law enforcement and uncooperative nature with Omaha police officers during these disturbances is also evidenced in those videos. Omaha Municipal Code Section 15-42 provides the relevant standard and grounds for cancellation and states that the City Council is legally empowered to cancel the holder of a liquor license who has violated any of the provisions of the Nebraska Liquor Control Act or the City Code chapters that pertain to liquor or any rules and regulations of the State Liquor Control Commission or any statutory provision. It also specifically exempts out in Section D of 15-42 that the licensee either swore falsely to any questions in his application for said license or has failed to comply with statements and representations made by the answers to any question or questions in said application or required by this code, or has failed to perform in accordance with any statements or representations or keep any promises, oral or written, made to the City Council in connection with such licensee's request for said license. So in short, if he made representations to the council that he has not abided by, and or if you feel he was dishonest in his application, his long form application, that provides grounds for you to determine whether you want to cancel or not here. Mr. Bianco provided a lengthy but compelling opening statement. He presented a number of different issues related to why we may be here today, why he believes the city is holding this hearing and attempting to cancel the license of Crush. But unfortunately, these are red herrings. We've all been here before. I've been down to the Liquor Commission before. I continue to hear the same excuses by Mr. Pham and by management of Crush at each of these hearings. The simple fact is that there are more issues at Crush than any other bar in downtown Omaha. Those incidents that are occurring and disturbances that are occurring are becoming more severe, and it's creating a situation where the violence is escalating, and it's ultimately going to culminate in somebody probably being murdered and or dying, as Mr. Pham has indicated has happened at other points in Omaha. The previous talking points by Mr. Pham's attorneys, Mr. Pham when he speaks with police officers, is that he used to throw out the fact there aren't any shootings, there aren't any stabbings. Well, we're having both happen now, and they're happening frequently. We're also having different assaults and disturbances that, again, are resulting in severe issues and injuries for patrons of Crush. One of the responsibilities of a license holder is to ensure that those patrons leaving the club are still under control. It's not enough to simply keep them under control inside the establishment. You have to make sure when you're leaving the establishment that they're under control. And again, the testimony of these officers and the video is going to show that's simply not the case here. Mr. Bianco again suggested that there might be a motive involved in why the City Council is here. Discrimination is regularly thrown out. There's simply been no evidence presented other than it being speculation or allegation to support that position. There's not any evidence suggesting these officers are doing anything other than following the law and enforcing the law as their job requires of them. There's no evidence of bias. Individuals regularly causing disturbances and forcing the police to have to respond is not bias. Officers reporting to allegations of assaults is not bias. And the police responding after a patron of Crush has been shot or stabbed outside of that establishment is not bias. Those are incidents that require police presence. Mr. Bianco pointed out the fact there are not a number of 911 calls. Well, that could be due to the fact that we do have officers stationed out there, and Sergeant Rubin will testify to why we have to have officers stationed in the vicinity of Crush. That's part of normal policing. It's not predatory policing. That's simply proactive policing, because when they know that when there's a big event going on at Crush, there's going to be some type of brawl in the street afterward, it makes sense then to proactively station officers in that area. Again, I'm going to have a number of police officers whose job it is to regularly handle these disturbances at Crush speak. They can do a much better job than I can of explaining what the situation is down there and how it's escalated over the past few months and few years. And at this point, I will start by calling Officer Nicholas Losey.
Before we go there, Mr. Gromit, can I ask for a point of clarification, please?
Yes.
Early on in your comments, you said that unanimously there was a 6-0 vote.
At the long form hearing?
At the long form hearing?
Correct. Not at the previous hearing, not at the resolution hearing to set this hearing today, but at the long form hearing that was conducted in 2023 of June.
Okay, and who were those individuals that said yes on that 6-0?
I believe it was, and don't quote me on this, we can find out, but I believe it was all of the council members currently present except Vinnie Palermo was also here as well at that time.
Okay, we have 7 council members, so you are indicating 6-0 would mean that someone was
Oh.
absent.
Vinnie was absent at that point, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Proceed.
Officer Lozzi? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Officer Nicholas Lozzi.
Would you spell your name?
Lozzi is L-O-Z-Z-I. Nicholas is Nicholas.
And what's your position with the Omaha Police Department?
I'm assigned to the downtown Riverfront District area as a beat unit.
How long have you been assigned there?
Approximately 4 years now, I believe.
Okay. Do you have any specialties within the police department?
Yes.
What are those specialties?
I am a pepper ball instructor and armorer.
All right. What's that entail, being a pepper ball instructor?
I assist the agency in training officers on how to be pepper ball users and maintain the launchers and the systems that we operate with.
When you're in the field, do you apply those skills?
Yes.
How frequently would you say you have to incorporate your pepper ball into normal policing?
Often, but not as often, prior pre-2020 riot situations. But recently, it has had a slight uptick.
Okay. And what's the threshold when you decide to use a pepper ball? When do you finally determine that you're going to deploy a pepper ball?
We do our best to give verbal commands because we don't want the desire to actually use it. I mean, we try to use a lesser force, lesser means. But when a situation exists to where it's either officer safety or civilian safety, we use this system, which we consider a less lethal system, to cause very minimal injury, to disperse the situation, to stop altercations, physical altercations, and crowd disturbances and stuff like that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 22. Would you please identify that exhibit for the council?
It is a tavern report that I had drawn up.
Okay. And what's the number on that tavern report?
The report number?
Correct.
It's Adam Union AU 25408.
Can you give us a brief summary of what that report covers?
Make sure this is the correct one. All right, so on this incident, me and my Baker partner, Officer Smith, were stationed outside, assigned outside of the Crush Lounge, across the street, caddy corner. So we were actually in the southeast corner of the intersection, where the Crush would be northwest corner of the intersection, monitoring an event that was being held there that night. And I observed a patron come out, which from the distance I was at, they appeared excited, kind of elevated, which to me was like, okay, it caught my attention. So I was paying attention to it, and then shortly later, everybody started coming out of the establishment quickly. And come to find out, I was told, and we found out that there was a fight that had occurred inside of the establishment.
Okay. Does that report indicate that there was body-worn camera footage?
Yes, there will be body-worn camera footage.
All right, I'm going to play a video that's marked as Exhibit 35.
Guys, we gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Yeah, well, we gotta keep moving. We're not having
No, I know.
chill out here. Guys, we gotta keep moving. Everybody's gotta go. Let's keep moving. Let's go. Keep moving. Gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. Keep moving. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. Let's go. Get going! We gotta go! We gotta go! Get going!
Officer Lozzi, it sounds like glass was shattered in the video.
Yes.
You were there. Can you tell me what was shattered in the street?
Later on, once we got the scene more cleared up, it was an actual retail bottle of liquor.
Okay, thank you.
Get going! Break it up! Break it up! Get going! Get going! Get going! 306, if we can get more officers. Guys, you gotta go. Gotta go. All right, we gotta. Guys, we gotta go. Everybody's gotta go.
I'm going to fast forward to a little further in the video.
Taking you guys had a fight in there?
No fight. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, if I heard right in the video, you asked if there was a fight in there. Mr. Pham responded, no fight, and then the security guard to the left of the screen says, oh yeah, big fight. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Would you consider that cooperating with law enforcement?
Who are you speaking of?
Mr. Pham denying that there was a fight in the club when there was a fight.
To me, no.
All right. Was it like a group of people or?
Yeah. I think he's better equipped to talk to you.
On the video there, that appeared to be Miss Dowman bringing out a member of the Crush security team who was injured, had a cut lip. Was that Mr. Pham yelling at her to get back inside?
Yes, he cursed at her to get back inside.
Do you need an ambulance?
They're gonna take me. I just have a split lip.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to press charges or anything?
What? No.
No? All right.
Drunk?
No. I take it there's a big old fight.
They're gonna give me like a stitch or two.
All right.
Hey.
Who's the manager?
It's inside.
All right, just let him know. Obviously, a tavern's gonna have to get done on this. So.
A what?
Tavern.
Why? What's going
Because
on?
there was a fight.
Where was the fight?
People were pepper sprayed. Everybody's coming out. People breaking glass out here, disorderly conduct. So
Oh,
just
no, we gotta get it.
let them know that a tavern's gonna have to get done.
So at the end of this video, you asked Mr. Pham, where's the manager at? And he says she's inside, correct?
Yes.
At any point that night, did he identify himself as the owner and manager?
No, I have never met Mr. Pham. This was actually the first night. I've only known of the name. I was expecting to speak with Tony Pham when I asked for the manager, because I didn't know that they had another manager. So it wasn't until later when I asked Ms. DOTComm who Pham was, and that's when I found out when speaking to her who Pham was, Mr. Pham was.
Understood. I'm going to play another short clip. This is marked as Exhibit 36.
Let them know, obviously, a tavern's gonna have to get done. Tavern's gonna have to get done.
Yeah, that actually.
That's not Tony Pham, is it?
Which one?
The Asian guy right there?
I guess it could be. I'm not really sure because
I told him, hey, who's the manager here? Oh, she's inside. I'm like, well, let her know a tavern's gonna have to get done. He goes, why? I'm like,
why?
Because there was a big old fight. And he's like, no, there wasn't. I'm like, people with pepper spray, people breaking glass out here. It's disorderly conduct.
let me ask.
You have a security guy with a split lip. Don't tell me.
Let me ask.
Well, I'm doing a tavern.
How far is he? I told him to send an RV and I would do it. Are you gonna do the tile? You can do it, but I.
Well, if you want to do it.
All right, I'll do the tavern. I spoke
Just
to several people.
let them know that there were some security officers denying that there was anything happening, and one of them, this guy here, has got a split lip.
Yeah.
He said that they're going to take him to the hospital.
Southeast here, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no.
Yeah, so I told him a tavern's getting around.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I'm not sure who the Asian guy was. I don't know if that's Tony Pham. I never met him.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I told him, like, hey, who's the manager here? And he goes, she's aside. I'm like, well, let her know we're doing a tavern. He goes, why? And I'm like, because there was a big old fight inside. And he goes,
security guard was assaulted, and open containers coming out.
And you know what he says? He goes, no, there wasn't. And I'm like, a bunch of people just came out pepper sprayed. You got a security guard with a split lip. We got broken glass over here. We got disorderly conduct everywhere. What are you telling me?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was Tony Pham. I've never met the
I'm
guy.
not sure, yeah, because Kristen asked me, and I've never met the guy.
Nope. But every weekend they're on track.
Oh, yeah. No, we are.
Tavern every weekend.
Officer Lozzi, these two prior conversations you had with other officers, is that evidence of the difficulty it creates when a bar owner is not cooperating?
Yes, because I don't know who I'm getting information from, because I need information for a tavern. Luckily, we can get on the commission website to get certain information for the taverns, but yes, it's better when you have an actual employee manager to speak with.
All right, thank you very much. I am going to hand you another exhibit, which is marked 25. Would you please identify that exhibit for the council?
Looks like an incident report, a booking of an arrest, supplement report, excuse me, another incident report, booking of arrest, and a tavern.
And there are 3 reports included in this packet, and if I understand them correctly, one is for felony assault, stabbing, one is for theft of a firearm, and one is for destruction of city property. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what was your involvement on this particular night?
I was the first responding officer.
All right. And what did you see when you arrived?
I was in the same position as from the last video, in the parking lot to the southeast of Crush. Again, monitoring an event and what they had going on there. We had more officers, but at that time, my sergeant removed some to go to a different area of the old market. And moments later, that I can recall, a fight broke out when patrons were coming out of the establishment.
Okay. Does that report indicate that there was body-worn video camera available?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to play another video for you. It's marked as Exhibit 38. Please tell me if this relates to that particular night.
Break it up! Break it up! Pepper ball! Pepper ball! Break it up! Break it up! Break it up! Pepper ball deployed! Fight in the street! Break it up! Break it up! Stay there!
I didn't fight. You saw me. You saw me. I didn't fight.
What? Do you need an ambulance?
You saw me.
Do you need an ambulance?
You saw me. I'm sorry.
Did you get hit with the pepper ball? Did you get hit with pepper ball? Did you get hit with the pepper ball?
I think I got it.
Did I hit you with pepper ball?
I have my registered mileage, my registered firearm on me.
What was that?
I have my registered firearm on me.
All right, listen. Sit up. Sit up. Smith!
I'm trying to breathe.
All right, hold on. He's armed.
No, I got disarmed. I have my registered firearm and I got hit.
You have a firearm on you, you said?
No, they took it off of my arm. I got hit out of nowhere, then my firearm fell off my head. I have my gun in my inside hole.
Officer Lozzi, are you aware of whether the individual you were speaking with at the end of that video was inside of Crush earlier in the night?
I had no idea at that time.
What made you decide to start firing pepper balls?
Due to the fact that I knew of, we had less officers than we normally would, and the size of the crowd that was coming out with active fighting going on, I had to utilize pepper ball to disperse that crowd, to number one, stop the assault, and number two, to get everybody out of the situation so we don't have more fights.
Thank you. I'm going to play a second video from that particular night. It's marked as Exhibit 39. Will you describe for us what's happening in that particular video?
If I can recall, one of our officers was making an arrest, and either his family members or buddies were going over behind those officers, and we had to try to keep them away from preventing them from disrupting the arrest of an individual. I believe I can recall that's what that was.
Was that prior to or after you had, so after you had already dispersed pepper balls, tried to break the crowd up, there continued to be disturbance there. I'm going to play another video from the same night. This is marked as Exhibit 40.
Yeah, running back and forth across the street. I don't even know what happened with this one.
Why you don't jump in front of somebody?
The grandpa's got him off here. They're good. They got pepper ball over there. You didn't drop that there. She was what? He wants her arrested.
No problem, she threw. Don't grab it.
Kendra, get my car keys. Get my car keys.
She snapped the control arm off.
I got my car keys. Do you have my car keys?
We're relocating to Central Parking Lot.
Let Kendra take my car. Kendra, take my car. I have a little baby to pick up. Let her take my.
And in this video, will you please describe what's happening?
Most of the patrons that came out of the establishment had dispersed, but in that instant, one of them, they were apparently the arm to the gate for the garage for people to exit wasn't opening, so one of that individual that got arrested broke it so that that red vehicle could exit the garage.
And again, was this prior to you dispersing the pepper ball or afterward?
It was afterwards.
So again, even further in the night, the disturbance was continuing.
Yeah, I believe that might have been the last arrest that we had.
All right. Are you familiar with crowd control tactics?
Yes.
And you obviously, I would assume, in your work in the old market have had to utilize those on occasion?
Yes.
How would you compare Crush to other bars in the downtown area as it relates to disturbances and the need to have crowd control?
As I said earlier, when you asked me about my use of the pepper ball launcher systems, there's been an uptick. It's amongst all of us that work down there on every weekend, Friday and Saturday. when our sergeant assigns us to the areas that we have to monitor. Area of the crush, and it used to be 12th and Harney as well, and it's the Capital District, that those are the three main that we've been having to monitor. But now that Parliament's gone, really the crushes and the Capital District have been the two main.
In your experience, is Crush worse than any other bar you've had to deal with in downtown Omaha?
The most recent, yes.
All right. That's all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you.
You want these back?
Yeah, take those. Thank you. I'll call Officer Brian Schuster now. Good afternoon. Would you please state and spell your name?
Brian Schuster, Brianschuster.
And what's your position at the Omaha Police Department?
I work UPB Riverfront Patrol.
All right. How long have you been employed with the Omaha Police Department?
20 years.
And how long have you been downtown?
I've been on Riverfront since 2018, and before that I worked Southeast for probably 6 more years.
All right. Do you have any specialties with the Omaha Police Department?
Firearms instructor, rifle instructor, pepper ball certified, taser certified.
All right.
Bike patrol.
All right. And in your policing of the downtown area, have you had to respond to calls or instances of disturbances at Crush?
Yes.
All right. I am going to hand you an exhibit marked 15. Would you please identify that exhibit for the council?
It's an incident report from September 14th into the 15th, I think.
And what's the report number on that?
Adam Union 08564.
Can you give me a brief summary of what that report entails?
We were on scene at Crush for a fairly decent-sized crowd, and while we were there, we observed a party laying in, partly in traffic between a couple of parked cars. When we went to go and deal with that guy, get him out of traffic, see if he needed help, another officer observed a party with a bottle of Patron, still had tequila in it. He asked that party for the bottle a couple of times politely. Normally in something like this, we're going to dump it out. We just have our hands full. We're not going to cite the guy even, to just dump it out and move on. But the guy refused to give it up. We tried to take him into custody at that point, told him he was under arrest, and he ended up being tased to get him into custody.
Does that report indicate that there was body-worn camera footage associated with it?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play you a video now. It's marked as Exhibit 30. Would you please tell me if this relates to the report?
Get out of the street, dude.
Yes.
Is he good? Yeah, he's good. I'll hold that bottle for you. Hand me the bottle. Hand me the bottle. Well, I want to go to jail. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Stop resisting.
In that video, obviously, we see one or two individuals that appear to be non-compliant with directives that you're issuing or other officers are issuing.
Correct.
Would you say that is something that's frequent and common with the patrons outside of Crush?
Yes.
How would that compare with other establishments, other bars in downtown Omaha, and the crowds you deal with?
We have crowds at other locations. It's the frequency that we deal with them at Crush. A crowd can go just like that anywhere. It just seems that it happens here more often.
Okay. And in your experience, again, in all your time downtown, how does Crush compare with most of the other bars you've had to deal with?
It's significantly more. We get more calls there for this type of behavior. It reminds me of Denim and Diamonds back in the day, or Maria Sangria, if any of you are familiar with that. It's very active.
And in your professional opinion, are these disturbances situations that can lead to serious safety risk?
Yes.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you at this time. Thank you. At this time, I'll call Officer James Holtmeyer. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell it for the council?
James Holtmeyer, Jamesholtmeyer.
And what's your position with the police department?
I'm a detective on the narcotics unit and a member of our SWAT team.
How long have you been employed with the police department?
16 and a half years.
How much time have you spent working downtown?
I would say not a significant amount. I would say when I was in uniform, there were disturbances down there, and I would respond. And then when I was in the gang unit, I would also respond down there.
Okay. And in performing your duties for the police department, have you had to address any issues at Crush?
Yes, I was asked by a command officer on our vice unit to assist with an undercover alcohol compliance check.
And how did that compliance check go? Can you describe to me what the purpose was and then what the ultimate result was?
Yes, myself and another detective on our narcotics unit were equipped with surveillance equipment, and we were asked to go down to Crush one evening. It was on May 24th of 2024. We purchased alcohol. Excuse me, I purchased alcohol at approximately 1:11 a.m., which was after the 1 o'clock time frame that we were advised was issued to that business.
Did you continue consuming that alcohol after it was purchased?
Yes.
Do you recall how late into the night you continued consuming that alcohol?
Just before 1:20 a.m.
Okay. Did you see other patrons ordering drinks after the 1 o'clock close time?
I did. I saw other patrons ordering drinks and being served those drinks up until after when I was served my drink at 1:11 hours.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 13. Would you please identify that for the council?
Yes, this is an information report completed by Detective Justin Rudloff regarding the incident where myself and he went into Crush that evening.
Okay. So that's the report that's tied to and covers your undercover operations on that particular night?
Yes.
All right. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll call Officer Kenneth Akash.
Kenneth Vakach. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. No problem. Please state your name and spell it for the council.
Kenneth Vakach, Kenneth, last name Vakoc.
And you're employed with the Omaha Police Department?
Yes.
What's your position?
I'm on the Riverfront Patrol Unit.
All right. Do you have any specialties with the department?
I have certifications in Pepperball, Grenadier, and Patrol Rifle.
Okay. How long have you worked the downtown?
About 6 years.
All right. And can you describe in that time the instances you've dealt with at Crush as compared to other bars or establishments in the area?
I've pretty much, in 6 years, I've pretty much been to every bar downtown, but the frequency of going to Throwback or now Crush is more frequent. We're there every Friday, every Saturday, sometimes multiple times in a night.
Do you feel like the frequency is increasing at Crush as compared to what it was a year ago or 2 years ago as Throwback?
Yes.
And the severity of the disturbances and incidents is increasing?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 17. Would you please identify that for the council?
This appears to be a series of reports. This is a tavern report, a assault report regarding a shooting that occurred on September 29th of last year.
Okay. And can you provide us with a little detail as far as your involvement in that particular incident?
Yes, I was on patrol downtown. I believe I was at 15th and Howard Street. My partner and I, we heard a gunshot, observed people running from the Crush Lounge in every direction. We responded, tried to figure out what was going on, started asking people, hey, what was that? Was that a gunshot? What did we just hear? Is everybody okay? We weren't really getting a lot of information. And then shortly after that, we were told that there was a shooting victim down on the ground to the north in Park
Do you recall you or another officer when you heard the shot going up to anyone at Crush and asking them if they had heard anything?
Yes, when we responded initially, we started asking patrons that were on the sidewalk, what was that? And then I believe Officer Heaton, who was with me, we walked past the front doors to Crush where the security personnel were at that time. And I believe Mr. Pham and his security were out there at the time, and we asked them, hey, what happened? What was that? Trying to figure out what was going on. And if I recall correctly, it was a shrug, and we don't know, we didn't see anything. And shortly after that, we were alerted to the victim.
You saw a video presented by the attorney for Crush earlier today, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And I believe they provided a context for that video in that there was a shooting that had occurred when that particular video was played, yes?
Yes.
Is that the same night, from your understanding and watching that this occurred?
That is the same incident.
Okay. I'm going to play a video now which is marked as Exhibit 32.
Being around from 13 in Jackson. That's clear, constable.
What was that? What was that? What was that? What was that? Hey. There. We have three what was that? Who are running eastbound from 14th Street. Hey, what was that? On the north side of the street. Move out. What was that?
That's right in the mechanic section. Sergeant Elliott, these two individuals need to be checked.
The guys outside, the owner said they didn't see nothing. The owner and security guys saw nothing.
Security at all beat all cars. Respond to this area for a crowd looking at a crash, please.
I don't know of any victims. We just heard a
So at that point, was that your partner that was coming back to talk to you?
That was Officer Heaton.
All right, and he's advising you that he spoke with the owner, and the owner said he didn't hear anything or see anything. And again, you observed the video that they played earlier today, which showed people rushing inside pretty much all at once, including their own security, correct?
Yes.
So you were down there at the time, you were talking to a number of individuals. Do you think it's possible that being outside the bar or near the entrance to the bar, Mr. Pham would not have heard a gunshot at that point?
I heard it from 15th and Howard. I was a block away, so I would imagine if he was closer, it'd be a good chance that he would have also heard it or been told of something that happened outside.
All right, thank you. I'll try to fast forward to...
They're gone. They're gone. Good job, Matt.
Thanks for
Good job.
Matt.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Fine on that. You got eyes on it.
I hope I put out the right location.
Yeah, we went walking.
I hope I put out the right location. Someone said they were all going to 13th and Jackson.
Yeah, no, you did. You said everything right. You said a bunch of people going northbound on 14th. That's where exactly where they're going. And that's where the whole victim is. Just holding the scene. Yep. Thank you.
We got it all under control.
Yep. I'm gonna keep us on B3 for now. Just, yeah. See if someone else hop on.
First name is
And a tavern.
Yep.
I So the girlfriend said they were inside Crush.
Yeah, I
Kevin
talked
knew
to her.
somebody was arguing. Oh, that's right. So Schmidt said the guy's statement is he was arguing with someone maybe inside Crush. And they ended up out here. He got in a fight, and someone from that group shot him. And then the detective said the suspect seems like he was outside for like an hour waiting on the guy. It's kind of on the video before he came out.
Oh, wow. So there's a lot of video of him standing around.
But still right here.
But they believe they were in the bar.
The victim in the
That's what the girlfriend told me.
Okay.
They're on their way right now. You're good, Dad. Turn these off.
So in this part of the video, is that Sergeant Rubin giving a brief summary of the statements that were made by the victim's, the shooting victim's girlfriend upon speaking with her? And did I hear correctly that Sergeant Rubin indicated that they had been inside of Crush prior to the shooting?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to briefly show the portion of the video that I started. It's going to show proximity of the individual who was shot to the entrance to Crush. It's a graphic video, so I'm only going to play enough for you to see how far the shooting victim got, and then I'll turn it off. Sorry, it's hard with that. The minute markers aren't pulling up in here like they would on my computer, so I'm having to guess a little bit.
1937 to Sergeant Elliott. These two individuals need to be checked.
The guys outside, the owner said they didn't see nothing. The owner and security guys saw nothing.
Security at all feet and all cars. Respond to this area for a crowd looking at a crush, please.
I don't know of any victims. We just heard a shot. People were running west. Yeah. The shot.
What?
Somebody shot?
He shot down here for real.
300, something in the shooting victim, 14th and Howard. Clear the air just north of Crush Lounge on 14th. Start fire 14th and Harney Street. Victims closer to Harney on the south side.
Back up! Everyone back up! Back up! Where's he shot at?
Based on the investigation that was done as a result of this incident, did you find a shell casing outside of Crush?
There was a shell casing found outside the front doors, yes.
Okay. And in the video, there are other videos, again, in the interest of trying to expedite the hearing. I'm not playing them all, but the video that was presented by Mr. Bianco, it did show the altercation that began outside of Crush, and that's when the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right, at this time, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you very much. At this time, I'll call Officer Dion Smith. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Would you please spell your name for the council?
Dion Smith, DionSmith.
And would you state your position at the Omaha Police Department?
I'm a police officer at Southeast Precinct, Riverfront Patrol.
How long have you been stationed downtown?
I've been stationed downtown as part of Southeast Precinct, and I've been Southeast for the past 7 years.
Okay. And have your duties for the Omaha Police Department resulted in you having to respond to disturbances and other issues at Crush Ultra Lounge?
Yes.
When you respond to any of those incidents at Crush, can you describe for me how the crowd treats you?
With blatant disregard and disrespect.
When you issue orders, directives, do they typically follow them?
Not at all.
In fact, in your time trying to police and trying to control crowds outside of Crush, have you ever been physically assaulted by one of the patrons?
Yes, if I wanted to really be, if I wanted to push the issue, yeah.
Would you describe that interaction for us?
There was an incident, a crowd disturbance. I'm not sure if there was a fight that evening or not, but we responded to a crowd disturbance. Once we got there, we got everything settled down, and we were just standing there monitoring the crowd so that they could leave. And some guy with two young ladies on his arms, exited the establishment. Somebody said, I guess he was getting into a incident with someone, having an argument, and I heard other patrons tell him to be quiet, the police are outside. And he proceeded to say he don't care, F the police, and he's walking towards us as he's saying this. He sees us there. I'm standing on the sidewalk. He's probably from me to the council members, and he looks at me and continues to walk and try to like rush into me and knock me down. Just disrespectful, just total disregard.
When compared to other bars, other clubs that you've had to police in your professional experience, is it typical that somebody would physically brush against you or bump into you intentionally?
Not to that. I haven't experienced that with any of the other establishments downtown. That was the worst I've experienced right there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 21. Would you identify that exhibit for the council, please?
This is a tavern report reported on Saturday, 23 November 2024 at 01:39 hours.
And would you please provide a brief summary of what occurred on that particular night?
Yes, there was a radio call. We were dispatched to Crush for a crowd disturbance. Once we arrived on scene, we observed a couple females, two ladies, arguing back and forth with each other. And then one of the patrons, she just struck the other, assaulted the other while we were standing right there. She knew we were there because we asked her. I asked her to leave, and she went around. She acted like she was leaving, and she came back and assaulted the other patron.
And again, these were both individuals who had been inside of Crush prior to coming outside?
Yes.
All right. Outside of your work as an Omaha police officer dealing with the issues at Crush, have you ever served in a personal capacity, a non-OPD related work capacity at Crush?
I have.
Would you describe what you've done, what you performed, what duties for Crush?
It was approximately spring or summer of 2021. My Baker partner at the time, he worked off duty it was Throwback at the time. He worked, his name is Officer White, he worked at Throwback, and he needed help. Someone backed out on him at the last minute, so he needed help, and he asked me to help him. So I helped him so he wouldn't, be alone out there. It was I believe they call it a pop-up party, and it was a hip hop, rap, R&B event, and the event was going pretty smoothly up until the time where it was time to let out. It was total chaos.
Can you describe for us what happened when it let out?
Once it let out, the crowd wouldn't disperse. They exited the establishment. They stood around in front talking. We're asking them to leave. They're not leaving. The apartment building that's located to the north of Crush, or Throwback at the time, they have their own parking lot. That parking lot right there where that young man was shot. One of the patrons at Throwback had parked over there, so a tow truck arrived to tow the vehicle. One of the patron's friends saw his truck being towed and told that patron. Him and two other patrons ran to the tow truck in an attempt to assault. They tried to get into the cabin of the tow truck, then they proceeded to crawl up onto the flatbed of the truck and enter the vehicle and refuse to get out. So we had to call for lots of backup.
Was the scene outside of Crush at that point?
It was ridiculous. There were cars doing burnouts, and we're standing there. We're in uniform. It was myself, Officer White, and Officer Miller.
Point of clarification, was that Crush or Throwback?
That was Throwback at the time.
3 years ago.
2021, yes. Patrons were exiting, getting in their vehicles, and doing burnouts, and do a burnout, stop at the light, back up, and they just continued to do it for approximately 5 to 10 minutes before we had actual cruisers, because we were working off duty, so we didn't have cruisers. All we had was our radios to call for backup. At the same time, there was a fight in the middle of the street. Females, a group of about 4 of them, fighting in the middle of the street. So we got these guys doing burnouts, fight over here. Guy with tow truck situation over here it was the absolute worst. I've never experienced anything like that.
And you said that was approximately 3 years ago.
Yes.
And now 3 years later,
And it's going up.
it's going up, and as far as you're experiencing it, the disturbances are only continuing to grow in
Not getting any
severity.
better, just worse.
Okay. Thank you, officer. That's all I have for you at this time. I'll now call Sergeant Daniel Rubin. Good afternoon. Will you please state your name and spell it for the council?
Sergeant Daniel Rubin, DANIEL RUBIN.
And you're employed with the Omaha Police Department?
Yes.
And what's your position with the police department?
I'm a sergeant for the Uniform Patrol Bureau, currently assigned to the Riverfront.
How long have you been working downtown?
I've worked Southeast Precinct in the past as an officer, but as a sergeant, I've been assigned to Riverfront about 1.5 years now.
And will you please describe your duties as a sergeant for the police department working downtown?
As a sergeant, we're first-line supervisors, so we approve reports. Specifically in regards to Riverfront, I try to make contact with bar management. I try to work with bars. I identify when there are crowds going on where we may need more resources. So I station cars ahead of time in some locations, primarily as a visual deterrent, but secondarily to react if we do have a problem, because bars can lead to problems at times.
Okay. And as part of your duties, I think you described, you determine how and where officers are allocated, is that correct?
Generally, yes.
And can you give me a general explanation as to how you make that determination on a night-to-night basis?
So usually we only do it about Fridays and Saturdays. Obviously there are some events that may pop up like College World Series or certain holidays where we may have additional post shift, but generally speaking, Fridays and Saturdays, depending on the season and what type of crowds we're expecting, we'll have a handful of officers assigned to overtime, as well as the Riverfront unit officers. I try to assign Baker cars where I expect there to be larger crowds. For example, a typical night I would have a Baker car assigned to 12th and Harney. Even with Parliament shut down now, there's still a few bars in proximity and a food truck. Generally one at 12th and Howard to patrol Howard Street between the 10th Street corridor and the 13th Street corridor. Generally I'll put one outside of Capitol District because they tend to spit out a lot of people as well. If I have more resources, sometimes in the summer we have obviously in the summertime we have more officers assigned to overtime than we do in the winter. So I'll utilize additional cars. I can assign an extra one to Capitol just because of the number of bars that they have there. I can assign an extra one to 11th and Harney just to be a little closer to T. Henry's. And then obviously with the issues we've been having with Crush, we assign one there as well.
All right. And does your allocation of resources fluctuate based on the severity of incidents and the frequency of incidents occurring at any particular establishment?
So generally at a baseline, I'll try and have one car for Capitol District, one car for Harney Street, and one car for Howard Street, just to culminate the bulk of our bars. But as issues fluctuate and things get worse at certain locations, I will allocate resources specifically to address certain issues or certain events that may be occurring.
All right. I'm going to now hand you what's marked as Exhibit 47. Would you please identify that for the council?
This is a copy of CAD data that I requested from Douglas County Communications. It's a list of calls that have popped up at various locations, specifically at 1402 Howard Street and South 14th Street and Howard Street.
Okay. And will you tell us when you read that as a sergeant for the Omaha Police Department, what does that tell you?
There are a lot of calls at this specific intersection and this specific bar relative to some of the other things we see downtown.
Are the number of calls increasing or decreasing?
Going through time here, looking at the timeline here, it looks like they're increasing in severity starting in about September.
Okay. And how would that compare, or if you're familiar, how would that compare with other establishments in the downtown area?
So it's not uncommon to have increases in calls in different areas downtown, especially given certain events, or sometimes bars just kind of run into a slight rough patch the last couple weeks, maybe upwards of a month, where they have some issues that occur, but this is significantly more than I believe we have at other locations.
Okay, thank you. And as part of your policing, Do you sometimes do social media dives or social media research on the establishments downtown?
Yes, so prior to my assignment as a sergeant, prior to promotion, I worked in the traffic unit, so I'm familiar with doing social media investigations for alcohol source investigations, for procurement to minors. As a riverfront sergeant, I decided that to try and evaluate where I need resources and what types of events I have, I try and keep tabs on different bars as well as some popular local folks downtown who like to go out and promote certain events. In certain areas, I try to keep tabs so I have a rough idea of where I may see a larger crowd than usual when I allocate my resources.
When you do your social media research, is part of that research reviewing pictures and things that have been posted?
Yes.
And those are on occasion from inside Crush?
During my time, I've located a significant amount of photos inside Crush Ultra Lounge, and a handful of them we believe were people holding up suspected hand signs for gangs. I've consulted with the gang unit, and while they're still working on it, I'm sorry I don't have the full copy today, they have identified multiple gang signs that show up frequently on different dates throughout that, as well as some gang members that frequent that establishment.
All right. Have you been inside of Crush before?
I've been inside, I want to say, just a couple of times. I've been inside for a tavern check twice, and I've gone in maybe once or twice to go watch video when we had an incident.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 41. Does that appear to be the inside of Crush?
Just give me a second to look at all of the photos here. Yes, I believe all these photos are inside Crush Lounge.
All right, and I'll flip through them now for the City Council. Yeah, or not. And each one of these photos is from within the establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
I will show you now what's marked as Exhibit 42. Can you identify that for us?
Yes, it's a Facebook post by Crush Ultra Lounge.
And can you tell us when this was posted?
January 25th, 12:52 p.m. That was the night after we had responded to a minor incident out front.
All right. And those officers in the or the cruisers, there's 3 cruisers. Can you identify what those cruisers are?
Yes, so from right to left, starting with the right side cruiser, I believe that would be the Baker unit that I've assigned there tonight. The middle car is myself. I was convening with the Baker unit. The third car you see is Sergeant Kinsey, who had actually shown up after an incident. This was taken after we just prevented a fight from happening. 2 gentlemen, one had left the bar, one was somewhere in the area in the alley to the north. They had met just north of Crush Ultra Lounge. They tried to engage in a physical confrontation in the street before moving to the sidewalk. I saw them both ball their fists up and take an aggressive stance. Hit the siren, got in between them, and they both looked like a deer in headlights and went their own separate ways at that point, which saved us from having to make an arrest or do a tavern report. That's at which point a couple more cars responded, just because the nature of the incidents we've had there. And then Sergeant Kinsey we had decided to watch that bar for the remainder of the night just because they were hosting a local, I believe it was a rap or hip hop artist. And we expected potentially a larger crowd than usual, so he had come to see what was going on and talk to me about what we just had.
And if another venue downtown was hosting a similar hearing, would you be inclined to assign officers the same way?
Absolutely.
All right. At this point, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 10. Would you please identify that for the council?
This exhibit is a tavern report as well as a subsequent information report that I submitted for a tavern check on the first night of opening, the reopening or opening of Crush Lounge, as well as the criminal citation for Mr. Pham. Supplement report, another supplement report, and a third sub.
All right. And does that report indicate that there is body-worn camera video associated with it?
Yes, it does.
All right. I will play Exhibit 27 for you.
I know you said you're running. Is the owner here tonight?
Yes.
Okay, can you have him come out if he's available, please?
Absolutely. Give me a couple minutes.
Thank you. There was one with red juice and a stir on the bar. There's 2 White Claws.
Oh, the guy's carrying a bottle around. The one guy was carrying a bottle around. She had a bottle in her hand.
Which one? The lady that was talking?
Yes.
She had a bottle. Kid drinking Modelo. There's another kid drinking another.
Oh, yeah.
The bartenders are still serving. Excuse me.
You said bartenders are still serving?
Yeah. You go right around. Go around the street.
Sorry, guys.
No, that's cool.
Man, 388. They're done serving alcohol at 1. It was 01:15 when we made entry. You guys know what this guy looks like, I'm sure, the owner.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I don't know what he looks like. He comes out.
He's like a little guy.
Yes.
Yeah. He hasn't came out yet.
Look how many people are pouring out now.
Right there.
This guy in the suit. Hello. Hi, Sergeant Rubin, Omaha Police Department.
Hey, Sergeant. How
Hi, good. We came in for a tavern check this evening. I know you guys have a restriction. You're supposed to be done serving alcohol. We came in at 1:15. Served multiple patrons with open containers with their person on their tables on the bar, and bartenders still serving drink orders. Do you have your ID on you, sir?
Yes, but
Okay. We're gonna cite you. We're gonna cite you for the liquor license violation.
listen.
Can I ask you a question?
Nope,
I just
we're
want to.
beyond that point.
Okay.
Can you grab your license from me or your ID?
Yeah, your license. Absolutely.
I'm
But
sorry, I'm just trying
the
to
fact is,
Go ahead. I'll listen.
What I'm trying to understand is that, like, if a drink is served before 1 o'clock and then it's still sitting out,
So
is
other
that allowed or is that not allowed?
so other bars that normally have a restriction or the general liquor license bars that close at 2, all drinks must be cleaned up by 2:15. That's why I waited till 1:15 to make entry. I made entry at 1:15 tonight.
the law is actually we stopped at 1 o'clock.
These guys see bartenders still setting alcohol across the bar. We made entry at 1:15. Regardless of that, I'm not going to argue with you here.
I would like to actually see the evidence on that.
Okay,
Actually.
okay, I'm going to give you the citation. It's going to have the citation or the
That's
statute
fine.
ordinance number
That's
on
fine.
it. Can I get your ID from you, sir?
Like driver's license ID.
Yeah.
Is that the big driver?
Thank you.
I'm just trying to understand so that I can run the place better and make sure
So
that we're in
generally speaking, and I
compliance.
don't know what the specifics are.
You can buy. You pay out.
Hang tight. I'll be back with you in a few minutes. If you want to run stuff for about 10 minutes, give me 10 minutes to write the citation, come back out, I'll have it ready for you. I'll be back.
So Sergeant Rubin, at this point, we've seen you obviously ask for his ID. You've indicated you're going to cite him for serving after hours. Prior to that point, will you describe again what you went inside of Crush?
Yeah, so again, we are monitoring social media of different bars. I knew that Crush was going to reopen that night, and they were having an opening night event. I assigned a baker unit out front. I convened with my cars throughout the night to try and see what they're seeing and see if they're anticipating anything. When I drove by Crush about 1 in the morning, I saw they still had a line in front of the bar. They were still allowing people inside. I was aware that they had a 1 a.m. cutoff. All the way up until 1:15, it appears as though people were still entering the bar, which generally speaking, bars don't make money when they're losing money when they're not serving alcohol unless they're serving strictly food. I tried to make contact with one of the gentlemen in a suit in front that was believed to be security. I had simply asked him, hey, I thought you guys were supposed to close at 1, you know, to try to get gauge. He refused to talk to me. At that point, I deemed that tavern check was likely necessary because obviously their security wasn't going to provide info. We made entry. There were numerous people inside the bar still drinking from various containers. One appeared to be a blue Michelob Ultra beer. There were a couple of White Claws sitting out on a table nearby, and I believe one rocks glass with a stirrer in it.
Thank you.
And some liquid.
And then you grab his license. You're returning then to your cruiser to.
Yep, and they had seemed to have some confusion over what the violation was, so I printed out the actual statute so they could be aware moving forward of what they needed to follow. I had also printed out the citation, returned to Mr. Pham with the citation at that time.
Yeah, thank you.
No, we're not going out. Yep, thank you. There's
this for you. I would double check, but it looks like subsection 3 does apply to you that the alcohol needs to be cleaned up by 15 minutes after close, which your close time is 1. So there's a copy of it if you want it. If you don't want it, I'll take it. Citation is going to be for liquor open container after hours, first offense. You're going to have a court date for this, 6/17/2024 at 1:30 p.m. at the Douglas County Courthouse. This is your copy of that. I need 2 things from you, sir. If you want to come up to the building so we can sign this, and use fingerprint from you as well. Not an admission of guilt, acknowledging we're at the citation. You'll take care of it by showing up to court. If you fail to do that, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest.
What do you want to do?
Sign on the top line, and then we'll get your fingerprint. Take your right pointer finger and press it flat in here. And put the nope, it's got to actually be pressed in there. Flat in there. It's not working. All right. You have any questions for me beyond that?
No questions.
All right. Good luck to you, Tom. All right. We're done. It's on the citation, Rubin. RUBIN 2243.
Where's your? Can I see your badge? Whatever.
Badge is there. Your tag's there. Rubin. RUBIN. You're not going to pull it off my shirt.
I'm sorry. I don't want to see it.
You
It's a
touch
reflection.
me again, you're getting arrested.
Officer, I'm not.
It's on the citation.
Officer, I'm so sorry.
It's on the citation.
Look.
It's on the bottom of the citation.
I got him. I want to apologize.
So at that point, you had handed him the citation. He, if I heard correctly, he asked you what your name was. You indicated it is on the citation.
Yes.
He then walks up to you.
Well, prior to that, when I asked for his fingerprint and it didn't collect the first time, he pressed it again, and when he took the piece of paper, he pushed down really hard and then shoved it back to me. So I could tell at that point his demeanor was agitated. So we're trying to send the contact. He had asked for my name or to show him my nameplate and my badge. My short coat I have over there was on. I unzipped it and pulled it so we can see both items. At which point he grabbed onto my shirt pocket.
Okay. Did he let go, or did you have to push his hand off you?
His kind of at the same time me trying to push and his staff grabbing him and pulling him back away.
All right. And in your opinion, is this being cooperative with the police department?
No.
All right. I'm going to now hand you what's marked as Exhibit 11.
Give me just a second. I want to get your stuff in order here for you.
Would you identify that exhibit for the council, please?
It's a tavern report from April 22nd, indicating an altercation inside Crush Ultra Lounge.
Okay. And would you please provide a quick summary of what occurs in that tavern report?
So some patrons had reached out to police or called 911 saying that they were involved in some type of altercation inside. It was determined during that incident that the person, it was unknown what led up to the incident, but they were recording with their phone when they were outside of the establishment. Mr. Pham could be seen on camera slapping the phone out of their hands. He later came out and admitted to that to the officers.
Okay. Was he slapping the phone? Was he inside the club at that side or outside the club?
Outside on the public side.
Okay. And does that report indicate that there's a video with it?
Yes, it does.
All right. I will play for you now Exhibit 28, and will you please advise if this is the video associated with that report?
First off,
Yes, this is the
she
correct video.
wasn't there. It was a lady. She can show you the video. The security guard slapped the purse out her.
It wasn't a lady, it was a man.
I don't have my ID. I don't have anything. He threw all my stuff in the street, and they took it.
This one or this one?
Yeah, it's him right here. He took it. See that? And he's the owner of this. Well, we already outside. You're not supposed to touch
because
our
they
stuff.
had kicked us out because
And he said,
the
and I
person
asked him, I
that's
said,
in
why
there
did you
had
slap the phone out of her hand? He
pushed
said,
us
I
out
slapped
of
the phone out the hand because he said, we ain't supposed to record. And he was like, because I'm getting in trouble for her having a fake ID and working here.
Okay, so.
And her name is Sunday Moo. I know exactly.
But
She's an Asian girl.
We was already in there. Right.
And she's the girl with her hair is
So
pushed
she's the
back.
one that rammed into you.
She rammed into me and I defended myself.
Okay. And so he's seen it.
And he's seen it. He said, get out.
but
After he seen
before
us touch, after he seen her touch us.
Okay.
Yeah, I told. So.
Okay.
And he defended, and he did whatever he did to us.
So does he own this place?
He
Or
does
I
own this
guess
place.
so.
But they're actually on they're on probation pretty much. So they have to shut that at 1:30.
I don't know nothing
because
about this, but I
they
know.
on probation because they have kids in here all the time. And it's another kid that works here. And if she's supposed to work here, she's a bartender. She's supposed to work here, not overnight.
Go ahead.
And so if you see, if you, yes, he's trying to tell. He had his fan in my face. We didn't do nothing. It don't matter. Darnell, bitch.
Somebody from your club stole her purse.
And so I'm not gonna lie, I hit him back because he shouldn't have touched us.
Sergeant Rubin, in that video, does that purport to show Tony Pham knocking the phone out of a patron's hand?
Yes.
All right. And could that be considered an assault?
It could be considered if the phone was broken or damaged in any way, maybe destruction of property or minimum of disorderly conduct. Assault requires an element of pain.
Okay. I'm now going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 12. Would you please identify that exhibit for the council?
This is a tavern report I did, an additional tavern report and tavern check regarding serving past hours.
Okay. And would you provide a quick summary of that?
Yep, so Sunday, May 19, 2024 at approximately 2:33 hours, that'd be Saturday night into Sunday. We were done with our old market checks for the night. I was generally, before I have the officers disband from the old market and Capital District to head back to the precinct, I like to physically myself, if I'm available, do a lap around to see if the crowds have vacated the area. So when I was finishing that checkup, I was driving down Howard westbound to return to the precinct. I could see inside Crush's windows that the lights were on and there were people still sitting around the bar, and that was about 2:33 in the morning. Again, they had a 1 a.m. restriction at this time.
After that night, did they put up a film on the window so you could no longer see into the bar?
Yes, you could only see a sliver on the top of the inside door and a sliver on the bottom.
All right. And does that report indicate that there is video with this particular
Yes.
report? All right. I'm going to play what's marked as Exhibit 29 for you. Would you please identify whether this is the related video?
Yes, this is right after the tavern.
Well, I'm driving by on my way out, and I see
Homeboy,
a ton of people in there.
4 years you've been
Tony.
here, never had a shooting,
Tony.
stabbing, fights.
Tony.
But there's other places you guys
Tony.
have to do. No,
Tony,
don't yell
I've
at me.
hit multiple.
Come on.
You're
Come
yelling
on,
at
man.
me. You came out yelling at me.
Come on, man.
Are you gonna let me talk? You want me to explain it?
No, you were a jerk ass last time you were
Okay.
here.
If I wanted to be a jerk ass and I see a cup sitting over there, it's the only cup sitting there, but there's a cup sitting there right now on that right side with the stir in it, a rocks glass with Coke.
What does that have to do with us?
You can't have open containers after
Well, what are you
1:15.
talking about? You walked in there. Come on, come on.
You told me to come in.
Yes, but look at you.
I'm
You guys
watching
acting
her
like there's
pour
a
it.
riot happening right here.
You're breaking.
Dude, look how many
you're breaking
police
your
officers are
liquor
here right
license.
now.
It's a violation.
You're acting like we are doing something wrong when there's shit going on all over. 4 years, nothing's going on here.
Apparently
4
not,
years,
because I had to
not
come
a
out
stabbing,
and
not a
cite you.
shooting, but then you look at Parliament, you look at fucking Eat the Worm. There's killings all the
There have
time.
been citywide
I run
helps
this
out of
shit
here.
like a tight ship. But you're harassing the shit out of me,
I'm
bro.
not harassing you. I'm going out and I see people at the bar sitting there at 2:30 in the morning.
2:30, come on.
Yeah, what time is it right
It is,
now?
no, 2:30. Is that really just a huge thing for you right now?
Yeah, you cannot be doing these things. It's a
Do
violation
what?
of your liquor
No,
license.
get back inside. Get back inside. We're fine.
I know, but
I'm having a conversation with the sergeant.
Tony, in lieu of citing you tonight, I'm just going to do a simple tavern. I'm not even going to cite you. I'm just doing
Simple
a tavern.
tavern,
Yeah.
brother?
In lieu of a citation. That's all it is. If I want to be really hard on you, I would cite you again, right? It's simple.
Listen,
1:15.
you're
No
fine.
alcohol out and about.
There's nothing going on. Show it.
I stood here, watched her take a bottle
Watch
with the
what?
topper, pour it in a
Do-
glass, and push it across the bar.
Okay, do whatever you want. You don't. Okay, I'm not
All
gonna
right.
argue that. But we're good. Okay.
And there's an open container still sitting out in there.
What are you talking about over container?
There's a rocks glass with a drink in it with a
How
star.
do you know that? Did you test it?
I didn't test it, but I could see
Yeah,
it sitting
test
there.
it then.
Okay.
How do you know it's not water? How is Coke? What is going on?
I'm not
You sound like a jackass
Okay.
right now. You know that, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Me? Okay.
How are
Tony,
you gonna prove
Tony,
that? Right
we're
now?
not going to argue with you all night.
No,
I'm
you're
just
not
gonna
gonna.
do the tavern.
You're not gonna argue at me.
Yep.
Will you get the fuck inside, please?
Okay. See you, Tony.
Yeah. Deuces, bitch.
Mm-hmm. Idiot.
So here again, you're explaining to Mr. Pham that he could be cited. You do not cite him, correct?
Correct.
And do you think his conduct towards you is respectful?
No.
Do you think it's cooperative?
No, I don't think so.
All right, thank you. I'm going to now show you what's marked as Exhibit 14. Would you please identify that for the council?
It's a tavern report completed from September 1st. There aren't a lot of details on this one, just that officers responded to a fight call, but they didn't have anything when they got in there.
All right. I'll now hand you what's marked as Exhibit 16.
And Mr. Grauman, just for our planning purposes, are there many more exhibits, or where are we at this stage?
We're pretty close to done, Mr. President. I have 9 more. Not all of them have video.
Okay, thank you.
This exhibit, sir, is another tavern report completed in Crush Ultra Lounge. Officers Guy and Heaton were called for a disturbance. When they got there, they found a female that was in handcuffs outside of the establishment, according to the report. And the security guard was alleging that he had been bit, but they didn't want to do anything. They just wanted the female to go her separate way for the night. No ban. I don't believe the ban and bar was completed on that time.
Okay, no ban and bar completed. Was there a ban and bar completed, as far as you're familiar with, in the video where the 2 individuals had the phone knocked out of their hand?
That I don't know.
Okay. Is there a video identified with this particular report?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play what's marked as Exhibit 31. Would you please identify whether this is the proper video that correlates to that report?
General manager.
Okay, yeah. So what do you want to do with her?
Yes, this is the correct video.
Okay.
If she's going to leave peacefully, if she's done, I think we're good. She did bite him. She bit him. There's some blood. I believe it is hers. Is it hers or hers?
It's mine. I'm the other manager. Okay.
But if she will just go, let's just get her.
You don't want to press charges?
No, just get her out of here. It's not worth my time. Just get her out of here. Take a picture of it just in case, brother. Just in case you want to. I'm not sure. I'm fine. As long just get her out of here. That's all I want.
I just want to
So in this video, the officer's flashing the flashlight, showing where the security was bitten by the patron?
Yeah, the light kind of washes out with this. Guy's white, so skin tone with the light on it just washes out, so you can't see a bite mark that he's alleging that is bitten.
Okay. I will now hand you what's marked as Exhibit 18. Would you please identify that for the council?
It's another tavern report for another fight.
Can you provide any additional details regarding
Yes,
that?
sorry. October 13, 2024, Officer Stinson and Rodriguez observed a fight in front of the Crush Ultra Lounge. I believe they made an arrest on this for disorderly conduct.
All right, and does that report indicate that there is body-worn camera footage associated with it?
Yes, it does.
All right, I'm going to play you 2 different videos. Would you please identify whether these are related to that report?
And maybe both feel that marking.
So that's your mounted patrol?
Correct. Sometimes they assist us in the old market, and they try to make laps or go where we have crowds as well. Occasionally, they'll convene with me and see where I'm anticipating maybe a bigger crowd for the night, so they can be proactive as well.
Thank you. And here's the second video.
My job's to break up fights. Hey, I want you. Yes.
And that was from that same night?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I'm now going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 19. Would you please identify that for the council?
It's an information report only. They didn't do a tavern on this one, just because they had gone to they went there for a crowd during the bar close while monitoring an unknown black female. Didn't provide her information apparently. Said she was assaulted by security from the bar, but was intoxicated.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 20. Would you please identify that for the council?
It's a tavern report from November 22nd at 23:31, so 11:31 p.m. Officer Kelly and Mendez, who both work off-duty at Cubby's. Officer Kelly's an OPD officer. Officer Mendez, I believe, works for the Airport Authority. They advised me that some folks had come into Cubby seeking milk because they had been sprayed with OC at Crush Ultra Lounge.
Okay. I'm now going to hand you what has been marked as Exhibit 23. Would you please identify that for the council?
It's an incident report for someone wanting to be a victim of assault. Give me just a second to read it. Female stated her and her friends were pushed out of Crush Ultra Lounge when 3 black females had assaulted them. She was punched approximately 2 to 3 times in the right cheek and neck. They were uncooperative with officers throughout their interactions, so an incident report was made, and that was that.
All right, thank you. I'm now going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 24. Would you please identify that for the council?
Another tavern report from December 15th. We're monitoring a crowd disturbance in front. A group of females had exited. One of them had the right armpit of her shirt torn. She stated she was involved in a disturbance in the bar and was escorted out by security. We observed multiple people go inside the bar. Multiple security rush back inside the bar as if something was happening inside. A female came out with a minor injury to her face as well as holding a wig while making statements about being involved in a fight. Later on that evening, a male, I actually observed this myself, a male had laid down on the ground in front of the bar, appeared to be potentially victim of too much alcohol for the evening. No one from the bar seemed to have tended to him. No one tried to flag us down. No one tried to wave us over. They said they were waiting on a ride. He was with friends, but ultimately when that ride showed up, several of them had to physically pick him up and push him inside the car and help put him in the car because he was unable standing up on his own accord.
Does that report indicate there's a video associated with it?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play Exhibit 37 for you. Would you please identify whether this is the related video?
You gotta go.
Don't let it ruin your night.
Yes, this is the correct video.
You're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Shut up. Come on. Watch him. Take his phone. Come on. Come on. Good. You know what? Come on. Come on.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 26. Would you please identify that for the council?
Another tavern report, this one from December 28th.
And would you please provide a brief summary of what's included in that tavern report?
Yep. Officers Losey and Smith responded to Cubby's to assist off-duty officers. Kelly and Mendez, again, were working off-duty at the location. Patrons stated they came from Crush Ultra Lounge, and they were at the gas pumps when they got into an argument with one another and then got into a fight. Eventually, they didn't respond to officers' commands, so a taser deployment had to occur.
All right, thank you.
And then, sorry, on the bottom of this, investigation determined they were in an argument at Crush and wanted to fight over there, but one of them decided to finish the argument at Cubby's instead.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 43. Would you please identify that for the council?
Supplementary report from a different shooting incident that had occurred Halloween night. It was actually November 1st was the time of the incident because after Halloween night had ended. Victim had been shot and ended up UNMC. While detectives were speaking with the victim, he was uncooperative. He initially claimed he was just an innocent victim who had gotten shot by 2 people in a shootout. It was determined that he himself was involved in the shootout. He stated to detectives that he was arriving at Crush for the night to go in to drink and party, and then noticed the shootout occur when he got shot. Unknown. I don't know any further beyond other than the fact that he was involved in the shootout himself when he had gotten shot and then stashed his gun and took off running.
I'm going to hand you now what's marked as Exhibit 44. Would you please identify that for the council?
Tavern report from January 12th. Officers Stobie and LaPointe were parked at the intersection of South 14th and Howard, so they were assigned there for the night to observe for any crowds or issues. They noticed that Crush's security had someone removed who had assaulted a security officer inside and was subsequently pepper sprayed, and another person was also removed with that, and both walked away from the location. Security stated they didn't want law enforcement action taken.
In your professional opinion, is the frequency with which Crush uses pepper spray inside their establishment in excess of what you typically see from other bars and clubs downtown?
Yeah, the only other times with bars down in the riverfront area that we see OC use, a couple of security, I believe Eat the Worm has security that has OC, but they only deployed maybe a couple of times since we've been down there. And then occasionally somewhere will hire private security for an event that will have OC, and occasionally they will deploy, but with Crush it seems to be significantly more frequent than other bars.
Thank you. And I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 45. Would you please identify that for the council?
Tavern report from Saturday, February 9th of this year, so just last week, or earlier this week. Yeah. Officers Heat and Guyett were dispatched across Ultra Lounge for a disturbance. Guy stated that him and his sister? His sister or friend, unknown which, was drinking water and was told to leave. They were being told to leave, and a white female told the security guard to mace them. According to them, they were sprayed unprovoked. Obviously, we could have two sides to every story, and the truth's probably somewhere in between, but their statements were that they were sprayed with pepper spray by security for no reason.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant Rubin. That's all the questions I have for you. At this time, I'll just provide a brief closing. I don't have any other witnesses to call. But what the witnesses who we've had testify to this point have shown is that there's a pattern of issues that simply are going unaddressed. This isn't something that's been happening for a month or half a year. This has been going on for years, and regardless of attempts from OPD to work with Crush and Crush's management, you saw today videos of officers indicating they could have cited them, they could have arrested people. They don't do that. They're trying to just control the disturbances. They have no desire, they're not seeking out to take anybody's license, but it has become such a problem that it's creating a safety risk, and the police officers feel that something has to be done, or else it's going to result in a death moving forward. The testimony today also proves, as we stated earlier today, that there exists enough cause, if this council so chooses, to cancel the license for Crush. Section 15-42 of the Omaha City Code cites that you can cancel or revoke a license of a holder who has violated any provision of the Nebraska Liquor Control Act or this chapter or rules and regulations of the State Liquor Commission. Today, the testimony, the evidence, showed that they're serving after hours. It shows that there's been dishonesty and a lack of cooperation with police on the part of Crush's management. It shows there's been a misrepresentation. I provided photos earlier that Sergeant Rubin testified to regarding the inside of Crush. At our hearing in front of the Liquor Commission, when Mr. Pham rebranded to Crush, he indicated that he was trying to create a Garden of Eden, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a Garden of Eden vibe with a different crowd he was trying to bring in that would be less problematic, an older crowd, a more docile crowd. His words were it was going to be a classy establishment. I showed those pictures to show on opening night, it appears to not be a classy establishment. It appears to not be a jazz and blues club, but it appears to be a situation where they are conducting the same operations that they did previously under Throwback, and nothing had changed. There are safety risks now. Again, Mr. Pham and Mr. Pham's attorneys have previously indicated and fallen back on the fact that there hadn't been shootings, there hadn't been stabbings, and what the Omaha police said at that time is, it's just a matter of time before that happens if something's not done. We're now at the point where there have been shootings, there have been stabbings outside that establishment. As indicated earlier, the curtilage of Crush, the area outside that establishment, and the patrons that leave Crush and go out into the street, that's the responsibility of the managers of Crush to handle those situations. And at this point, the facts show they're simply not doing that. testimony has indicated they're a community nuisance. We've had community associations and neighbors testify to the fact that they create problems. There are litter issues, there are sanitation issues that result from these typically Friday and Saturday night events and the crowds that spill out onto the street. And Sergeant Rubin testified to the fact that they're having to disproportionately allocate resources in the form of police officers to address the issues, and they're doing it preemptively. It's not done to target, it's done to ensure that they can be there if something occurs, so they can try to stop a severe issue from happening before it does. So they can stop a shooting, they can stop a stabbing, but obviously, as we're seeing, even with allocating resources to this particular establishment, we're still having those events occur. And lastly, again, the misrepresentations made both to this city council as well as the Nebraska Liquor Commission, which is why those transcripts were included. You can read through those. You can see the statements that Mr. Pham, Brianna Carr Pham, and others have made in trying to argue that they were going to abide by the rules and regulations of both the Liquor Commission as well as the ordinances of the City Council, and that's, again, simply not happening. There's a pattern of lack of cooperation on the part of Crush and Mr. Pham, and at this point, we simply don't believe on the city side that there's any reason to believe this is going to change, and that's why we feel at this point it necessitates canceling this license to prevent something drastic from happening. I don't have any other questions right now, but I'll be available if anyone has anything else for me.
Okay, thank you. Council members, we now have the opportunity to ask questions of the city or law enforcement prior to the licensee having a rebuttal, if you so wish. If not, we'll move to rebuttal. Mr. Bianco, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recall Officer Rubin.
I shouldn't say rebuttal. This is the cross-examination stage. That's the word I meant to use. Thank you.
Sergeant Rubin, when did the Parliament Bar close down?
I believe their final day in business was December 31st. I think they had a New Year's Eve party and that was it. My understanding is they were not released the space from their leases.
And prior to them closing and during the time of the throwback/crush, aren't you a security guard there?
No.
You're not?
No, I don't work I haven't worked off duty in several years, and I don't believe I've ever worked off duty there.
Misunderstanding on my part. I'm going to hand you exhibit 26, and this is the one with Cubbies. It's the incident report by an Officer Gaia. And I was listening to your testimony, and you stated that the two people who engaged in the fight at Cubbies said they were at Crush, or the fight started at Crush.
That's reflected in the end of the tavern report for that incident.
Is there anything in the incident report that reflects Crush?
Not in the incident report.
Okay, so the incident report was done first, is that correct? The officer guy who was on site.
It would get done all at the same time.
So how did the Crush bar get into the name into the report, or tavern report, when the witnesses and the people in the fight didn't say it in the incident report?
For that incident in the tavern, it stated that investigation found that the two females...
What investigation?
We
We have no evidence of... This is the investigation report. It doesn't say Crush. But your tavern report says Crush.
All right, let's keep our voices down, please.
Apology, Your Honor. Your Honor. Well, you're Mr. President, so you're...
You're fine.
For my knowledge, what is a CAD data? What is that? Calls?
I'm not sure what the abbreviation is for, but it's dispatch keeps call logs. We can pull it by phone number, location, intersection, things of that nature, and it has the day, date, time.
That's police calling police?
It could be someone called 911, or we hit out on a location with something.
So if we only have 4 911 calls, where did those calls come from?
From the officers that are assigned to monitor Crush, or people flagging us down.
Okay, so basically every incident was from an officer calling.
A bulk of the incidents, some of them were calls dispatch, but a bulk of them were from officers.
Well, we don't have any evidence of, we only have 2 nights that had 911 calls. Once was the same person twice, or her friend once, and the other one was Crush's security. So basically, it's the Omaha Police Department making the calls into Crush. Is that correct?
We have officers stationed outside to be proactive.
You're monitoring them, right?
We monitor multiple bars downtown.
But you are
Crush is
monitoring
one of the
Crush.
ones that I have a car assigned outside of.
You were, we watched, can I go back to exhibit, the video exhibit 10 somewhere?
Yeah, no worries. All right, this should be. Make sure I get the right spot here. You just look for all the videos.
Yeah. The 27.
27. Okay, so you'll have them all. They're all just sequential orders. You can just go up and down there and play any of them.
Thank you. We're not going to watch this whole thing again.
I know, but there's stipulations and everything. Have all the alcohol gone at 1:15. You grabbed, I showed you my name tag, and you grabbed my pocket and pulled on it. You're lucky you're not getting arrested.
Tony, listen. The way you signed the ticket probably wasn't the most professional.
And then you told me, and I think it's
and then you told
quoting,
him to
fuck
F
off.
off.
You're right. Absolutely.
Okay?
You're absolutely right.
That's not.
You're absolutely 100% right. I apologize for that, guys. I'm sorry. And I apologize for that.
Okay.
That was.
Have all the open containers
that
gone
was
at 15 minutes after your close, which is 1 a.m., so
that was
1:15.
that was a moment of.
Okay, you gotta breathe.
Emotions. I'm sorry. But.
So my client apologized to you and the other police officers.
Yes.
And he didn't try to assault you or attack you, correct?
After the fact, after the incident where he grabbed my shirt pocket, no, he didn't try to assault me after they calmed down.
Okay. Then, Exhibit 12. Second, third page. Report says, Mr. Pham standing inside the business near the bar, you recognize him as a reporting officer in the prior interaction where he used profane language and attempted to engage in a physical fight with you. Now your testimony was he just looked at the name tag. There's no physical attempt to do a physical fight.
He had physically grabbed my shirt pocket.
I'm going to have you go by the podium, please, so we can hear you. Yeah.
I would agree it wasn't a fight per se, but he did grab my shirt pocket.
Yeah, he looked at the thing. But you described it as a attempted to get in a physical fight. Isn't that a vast exaggeration?
I chose the wrong verbiage there for what it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Sergeant. Thank you. Officer Lazo? Losey, sorry. You were involved and you talked about exhibits 26, 22, and I believe 35. And 35, oh, great. I lost it.
Help me find that again real quick. We've all been there.
You're just gonna, when it does that, you're just gonna have to say, yeah, sign back in, and then it makes you click on my name. Then you're good.
Thank you. Clearly, these patrons aren't paying attention to you. Is that correct? They're slowly dispersing. Some are still walking by, but they're not. And wasn't there a fight that occurred in the parking lot in this one? Do you recall?
It was right next to the building.
Okay, on the. It was after you were on scene, and it was right by the building.
Is this the video where I deployed the pepper ball?
Yes. All right. Yeah, but is my understanding once police are on the scene, aren't you in control of that scene?
We take control of
Okay,
it.
so you took control of it.
Yeah, we were
So,
taking
because
control
the video goes on quite some time, and it's purely all police people taking control of the situation. Now, if a fight occurs 20 minutes after they exit Crush, and your officers are around, isn't that more on Omaha Police Department? Because how is Crush going to go through your security, because you take control? And if they interfere, they're going to get arrested, or anything, or even if even if they try to help, they'll be interfering. So, the fight that took place was under the police watch. It wasn't under Crush's watch. Isn't that correct?
What fight are you talking about?
The fight that occurred on the outside on the 30th, and
like the first initial one when I first deployed pepper ball?
Yes.
All right, so the very first time I deployed the pepper ball, I was the first officer on scene, and that was my attempt to take control of the situation from an assault. And then you saw me waiting to get on the radio because there's a lot of radio traffic, and then the fight broke out in the street, which I also need to comment about this establishment and where it's located, is that's a 3-4 lane road. Very busy roadway. As you can see in these videos, we're running into traffic. With that fight also going into traffic, I deployed pepper ball as well out over there. At that time, it was me, the first initiating officer. I had my backup partner Smith with me, and there was 2 other officers across the street next to our central station. So I was the first one on scene. I'm the one that chose to ran up to try to defuse the situation. And when I did deploy, they decided to fight again, re-engage in the roadway in oncoming traffic.
How is that the fault of Crush? Because you were on the scene and they decided to re-engage.
All right, you're witnessing how we have to take control of a situation.
But it happened after you took control.
I still wasn't in control. People are still fighting. It's not in control.
They stopped fighting. There was nobody fighting for like 10
So
minutes.
when I deployed the 20 rounds in the middle of the street, those guys weren't fighting?
They were fighting after you were standing there for about 20 minutes and doing your job. They decided they just decided outside. Do we even know that they were fighting inside? Do we even know they were in Crush? I mean, that parking garage there, probably people from Eat the Worm and the other ones, it's a block away from them. So other people parked there.
All right, so Mr. Pham can get his video to show his side of that situation. But what I saw when those people came out, I saw 3 to 4 people engage in a fight. That's when I ran out of my cruiser across the street
to go engage on that pep ball.
Well, I'll give you that one, because that fight was across, right by the, right, you know, here's their door, about 6 yards, 7 yards down to the north side. Yeah, and so you can put that on my client, because his guards weren't out there fast enough. But his guards got him out. But the one after that, where they started fighting in the middle of the street, about 20 minutes later, that can't be on my client.
All right, then let's take the whole crush out of that area, and we would never have had that
Then you
happen.
don't have the tax revenue, and you don't have young people coming downtown.
So it's just, what you witnessed was how I had to do what I had to do my
Oh,
job.
it's a frustrating job, and clearly a lot of those
take care
people
of the
aren't respecting the authority that I would respect. But people have different experiences with the law.
Well, they do.
So, thank you very much for your time. And I have a rebuttal witness. Mr. Pham will talk about, they brought up that he didn't try to change the bar.
Okay.
And I'd like him to speak about what he did. And he can even talk about how I brought 30 people down from West Omaha to see dueling pianos. And so.
So we're done with cross-examination, we're moving to rebuttal?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Why don't you sit down, that mic's working. When you first opened Crush, what was the entertainment and that you planned for most of the time? Is that?
Yeah, we did stick with our plan. What we told the Liquor Commission, it was live bands, jazz bands, dueling pianos, comedy shows, things of that sort. The first 5 months, unfortunately, you know, the revenue wasn't coming in, and we were letting people go left and right, or they're quitting left and right, and so we basically just kind of made a slight change, and we can't help it that it just became a little more popular, and it brought in more clientele. But we did try to do what we said we would do for the first 5 months, and we're just losing money hand over fist. Bill, can I bring up that video with me in the red suit?
Yes.
What you didn't see in that video is when Officer Rubin first came in and accused us of an hour and a half after we already closed of having drinks on the bar. The lights were on, bartenders are sitting around the bar, counting their money, people are mopping the floors, everything was being taken care of. Yes, they were drinking sodas, waters, whatever they do. But he came in with a
You
group,
walked in there, come on.
and I asked him, would you like to come in to test them? He's like, sure. So he brought in a whole squad, but they wouldn't walk past the front door. They just looked at it, the bar, and says, it doesn't matter, I'll give you a tavern report anyways. And that's why I got so irate after that, when I offered him to test the drinks. And there was a moment where Sandy, the officer, said she was walking around with a bottle. Yes, at the end of the night we're stocking clean, and she even clearly will testify that the bottle was sealed. She wasn't walking around pouring to people. She was walking around stock, and then suddenly everything broke out. And that's why the officer saw her hold that. But I just feel like it's unjust that these videos are edited to a way that it's unbecoming of anybody, especially the OPD, you know? So that's all I gotta say about that situation.
I have no further questions. And I'll have Sandy Duffman come. Can I see? It's correct that you, Crush Bar, you maintain the inventory at Crush Bar, is that correct?
Correct.
And you do not carry Don Julio tequila, is that correct?
We have regular Don Julio. We do not have Don Julio Reposado.
And that was the brand that
The man that was tased outside, you could see the bottle in the video. It is a brown bottle, which is Don Julio Reposado. We do not carry it in our inventory. We have not ever carried it in our inventory.
And you don't sell bottles of alcohol, retail bottles, right?
Correct.
So,
We buy them from liquor inventories like Southern Glacier or RNDC. We don't buy them retail.
so nobody would walk out of your bar with a retail type bottle of alcohol.
Correct. So if they have it, they've gotten it somewhere else.
And you saw the pictures of the bar taken from your Facebook or website or something like that.
Correct.
I didn't see any gang affiliation. I mean, there's people holding their
I did not. I actually know the guest that is in those pictures. He is a friend. He's 70. So we are trying to change our clientele, and the pictures that are represented there are representative of an older crowd. So we are trying to change the crowd.
and those were the young ladies with the older people.
Yes.
And is my understanding, do you have a security guard that does have experience with gang units or gangs?
Yes.
And he does try to filter out anybody he sees or remembers from his.
Correct. And he does not allow them to wear colors inside.
I have no further questions. And with that, other than a quick closing, if you mind.
Sure.
This is a lot of evidence, and hopefully you went through it prior to the hearing. If not, I hope you read my opening statement / brief, because it does point out why I think, and I think a lot of people think why we're here. Understandably, violence is not tolerated, but if you look at those videos, they're outside the bar, and the only people that were complaining about inside the bar were people who would not leave their names with the police officers and leave. So I don't put much credibility in anything much of those tavern reports say. And if there was, my client, his security escorted them out. If one bites the person escorting them out, well, that's not my bar. I mean, bouncers get hit, bouncers get bit, bouncers get tugged, but they're doing their job, and they're getting people outside. There are police there watching. You can see they come over fairly quickly because they're a block away, not serving as a deterrent, but they're using the word monitor. Again, I would appreciate if the police actually, if those officers are going to monitor from a block and a half away and watch, they should just stand, and maybe that would help. Now, we did talk about, with the officers, attempt to get people to disperse faster. That's something the community and the police and everybody have to work on is the respect for the officers. But again, that's outside the bar. Now, council points out the increased number of incidents. That is the very definition of predatory policing, the very definition. By monitoring, surveillance, you increase contact, you increase citations, because that's what you're there for. You're there, look at page 3 of the brief. You're targeting a vulnerable group of people by way of arrest and issuing citations. And they're naturally going to increase if they have. I'd had the chance to compare these to other bars around. If I had the power to subpoena other bars' records and get more records from Nebraska Liquor Commission and more records from the city, maybe we could compare bars. But we can't. We don't have that information there. We just, so what I'm asking you to do is, again, prior to a vote, I don't know how the time frame works with this statute, but if we don't have to vote today, read this over again. Look at the information again, and you'll agree with me, there's a problem here. And the main problem is not with my client. The main problem is with the focusing on the black and people of color place to go and have a good time. He didn't lie to the commission, didn't lie there. He has set up alternate entertainment. And as I said, I went there and I brought a group of my service club, the Cosmopolitans International I-80, and I'm one of the youngest ones, and I'm not that young. And they had a great time there. Well, so the crowd that comes after 10:30, that's the nightclub crowd. It's young, it's different. But we want Omaha to have that crowd. We want young people to stay here. And I think politics aside, and you need to keep this bar, this nightclub opening, and I believe with a little more assistance from the police, other than telling them to change the music. And also, again, even a council member asked about who your DJs are and everything. It has nothing to do with it. To me, that means change your crowd. To me, that says your crowd's unwelcome here. So with that, I really think about your vote and really think about the evidence and go through those police reports and incident reports. Why does one have nothing to say about the Crush Bar, but yet they get a tavern report because another officer decides to insert it in there? That's blatantly unfair. So hopefully you don't have your minds made up before you walked into here, because like I said, if you do, probably shouldn't vote, because he deserves a fair trial or a fair hearing. And if you've already made your mind up before you walked in here, please don't vote. And I'm asking you, if you do vote, consider what I wrote and what the evidence actually really does say, and you'll find enough votes not to cancel this liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we close the public hearing and move to council discussion, I think, Mr. Graham, you have one last final opportunity to ask any questions you'd like. Okay.
I have a few brief questions for Mr. Pham that were passed along from a council member. So Mr. Pham, I'll call you again. David Grauman on behalf of the City Law Department. Mr. Pham, what is the capacity of Crush Ultra Lounge?
455.
And how do you control that capacity? So how would you, depending on the number of people in the club, determine what your security is?
We don't let it hit capacity. That's what the city set it at, but we usually shut it down about 350. We generally have anywhere from 10 to 15 police officers, including 2 sheriffs, on busier nights.
Are you aware of any times you were over capacity?
No.
Okay. Do you have, just to clarify, I'm confused on the whole bottle issue. Do you have bottle service at Crush?
Yes.
With that bottle service within the club, is there an area of the club that you go to or you buy into so you can receive bottle service?
No, you have to book a VIP section and everything gets brought to you.
Is there a limit on the number of bottles someone could purchase?
We do 3 bottles per party maximum.
And can a patron buy any type of alcohol during that bottle service? Is there, I mean, whiskey, vodka, gin?
We have a bottle service menu.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That concludes the hearing. The hearing is closed. Thank you all for your testimony. I'll now recognize council members if they want to ask questions with their lights. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This question is for Mr. Grumman.
David Grauman, City Law Department.
Thank you. Mr. Bianco gave us a document here to consider legal ease. Were you provided this document before we were provided this document?
No, I was not.
Okay, so, so with that being said, and I have no lawyer to represent me and my actions here at the city, I kind of feel uncomfortable making a decision about this because I need legal representation in case I am obligated to being sued or what have you. unless you, of course, are going to review this and provide some legal advice, but you can't do that for me because I'm a city council member and the law department is not responsible for protecting me.
Maccusey Law Department, I've reviewed Mr. Bianco's brief, so perhaps I could answer your questions since the law department does represent the city council.
No, the law department does not represent the law department. Does not represent the city council. It does it when it discretionary wants to, but, okay, define how you represent city council.
The law department's role is defined in the charter and by ordinance is to represent the city of Omaha. The city council is an entity of the city of Omaha, falls within that. So the law department does represent the city council and council members. Again, I read Mr. Bianco's opening statement or brief, however we want to couch it, so I can answer those questions that you might have.
I'm still stuck on how you represent me as a city council person in the law department. Please define that.
I've answered that question.
Okay, well, since you're not able to answer that, I'm kind of stuck with not knowing what I'm going to be obligated with from a legal stance, because to me, the law department represents city council when it wants to pick and choose when they want to.
I think that's an inaccurate statement and doesn't reflect the work of the law department.
Then please advise where I'm getting lost.
What is your question with regards to
When does the law
Mr. Bianco's
When does
leave?
the law department represent city council's actions?
If the council, I'll use a theoretical example, if the council were to be sued or if an individual council member were to be sued in their official capacity, the law department represents that council member or the council as a whole.
Free of charge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Begley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I had a couple questions for Mr. Pham. Good evening, Mr. Pham.
Good evening.
I went back and I put a lot of time into all the material and the videos, the police tavern reports. And before I ask you a question, Madam Clerk, I got a question. Can you confirm for me, please? On the June 27th of 2023, when I watched that hearing of the City Council that day, the vote was 6-0, correct?
Correct.
And who was the absent member?
Vinnie Palermo.
Okay, that's what I recall when I watched it as well. So thank you for clarifying that for me. So when we had that long form hearing with you on June 27th of 2023, you had 10 different asks of the council on why we shouldn't recommend canceling your license at that time. Do you recall that?
No, I do not.
Okay, so that was in the city council meeting, and I'm not gonna go through all 10 of them, but I'm gonna go through a few of them. One of the things you said, one of the reasons was the economic contribution makes significant to the local economy of jobs.
I recall that,
okay.
yes.
I'm not trying to play gotcha or anything, but you remember that?
Yes, I remember that whole
Okay,
statement I read.
no problem. So with the resources that the police and the city and the Omaha Fire Department, when they respond to calls there, do you still feel that's an economic contribution you're making?
I guess I'm not sure how to answer that, but given all the evidence that you did review today, I do want the council to understand that I do take accountability for the increased violence that's there. But being the city council for Omaha, I would think that you would want to uplift, encourage small business to thrive, and help us achieve those goals, and not just cancel us out. So what I'm asking from the council is actually, I take accountability for our actions, our mistakes. I would like a chance to get those fixed. I would like to take any suggestions from the police, from the city council, or any professionals. We've done lots of things on our own side proactively, and it's not working. So instead of just canceling us, I would like to ask for that help.
Can I stop you right there. So this was on June 27th of 2023.
Yes, sir.
You made that pledge, and today is February what?
Almost
11th?
almost 2 years.
Okay. So my second question is, and Mr. Grauman mentioned it earlier in his case, that the quote was, and I wrote this down, I didn't even know he was going to bring it up. But in that June 27, 2023, you had said, and I quote, "We're the safest venue in the old market." And I think earlier you said, do you still feel that's the case today?
Given the evidence, no.
Okay.
I'll admit to that, yes.
And I appreciate your honesty and your candor, because when I was listening to the videos myself in my office, I spent several days read the police body cams and everything that I could to try to get an understanding of what was being presented today. And the security measures, you talked about robust, one of the things was robust security measures to keep people safe. And in no particular order, I read or heard of stabbings, shootings, the split lip of your staff, numerous fights, punches in the cheek and the face, pepper spray is a common thing that happens.
And that might be on us. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's a common occurrence. The security guards that are doing their job to keep people safe, getting bitten and assaulted, punched, and one of the issues of a firearm that was grabbed during an incident, the altercation where the tasers were deployed. So I don't know if you remember, but back even prior to the June 27th of 23, do you remember you came to the law committee with the city council, just 3 of us in our law committee?
That was years ago, right?
Yeah, it was before this, yeah.
Mhm.
So it was back in
It was
21
almost
or
5 years
2.
ago.
And I told you at that time, when we went through what we were asking out of you, to make it safer, a welcoming place. There was people in the old market and in the downtown improvement district that had some concerns of things. And I said to you at that time, I am rooting for you. I want you to succeed because, like you said, the economic contribution to the city, it's great for you. I'm rooting for you as a business owner and your employees that you employ there, but also having a safe environment for people. And going through the 10 things that you mentioned, I'm sad to think that all that rooting that I did for you, it's still not happening with the issues of all the tavern reports and the police calls and the shooting, stabbing, split lips, all those things. So when you say it's the safest venue in the old market, at that time in June 27th of 23, today on this date, I still can't say that that's the case. It's gotten worse. And those events continue to happen. And the economic contribution, one can make the argument that it hurts businesses in the old market and the reputation if you have continued police calls and all the different items that you've been working on to try to fix that still hasn't been done. And in looking at the things that Holly at the Downtown Improvement District, they work hard to recruit businesses, safe businesses that can blend in and have a great impact in the old market. I got a couple questions for Holly, if I can, please. I appreciate your time. Holly, good evening. You had mentioned the Downtown Improvement District. Now, I know you're supportive of Throwback when it opened and then Crush Ultra. I'm assuming, I won't speak for you, but you were rooting for them as well to succeed. Is that kind of a fair statement?
Absolutely. Both concepts have been really, really interesting and very different from anything that we have. And as I said earlier in my testimony, Old Market is for sure where downtown really hopes to see as many different faces coming together as possible.
And have you been there before?
I actually have not been to Crush, but I had been to Throwback Lounge several times and had a blast.
Okay. And the security that the Downtown Improvement District, you touched briefly on that. Can you touch on that again? So Omaha Police obviously are stationed, and I'll ask Sergeant Rubin a couple questions in a minute. But how does the DID work in respect to security for the Old Market and the Downtown Improvement District?
So at any given time, 365 days a year, we have at least one officer that's on circulating throughout the district. In Old Market, specifically during our high volume times, so Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings, especially in the summer, especially during College World Series, and then anytime we monitor the social media of all of the bars in town, and anytime anybody is having a major bar, we make sure that our private security officers that are out there know that an event is happening and there's going to be a large crowd, and we ask them to patrol closely. Over the last year or so, we have absolutely monitored the Facebook pages of Crush, and when they have an event, we make sure that we have a private security officer that's down there. Again, our officers are not authorized to enforce anything. They are literally just there to add one more uniformed presence. And we generally have them down closer towards the residential units that are down there. There are 7 residential buildings within 2 blocks of that area, and we've been working with some of those buildings in particular. Some of them have also hired some folks just to make their own people feel safer. They're not coming out onto the streets. But we have spent money to make sure that we have officers strategically located in a couple of those places.
Okay. That's all I had for you. Thanks, Holly. Is this all right if I get all my questions in now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks,
Floor-
Mr.
floor is
President.
yours, yep.
Sergeant Rubin, please.
Yes, sir.
It was mentioned earlier, you strategically park, I think you said 12th and Harney, 12th and Howard, and then in the Capital District, you have cruisers parked.
That's my skeleton crew for the winter, bare bones. I have no overtime. I have at least 6 officers to use. I'd like to have 1 Baker car monitor Capital for bar close on a Friday, Saturday, 1 at Harney, usually 12th and Harney, that's where it tends to be, and then Howard, 12th and Howard, but they rove because it just depends on who's coming out of which bars.
And I know, Holly, you don't have to come back up, but I know that the Old Market Neighborhood Association and Downtown Improvement District, when they have conversations with the precinct captains, is it fair to say that visibility of police officers parked in the Old Market and around the Capital District, does that give, it's a public image of safety, is that
Yeah,
fair
so
to say?
the riverfront area encompasses everything that makes up District 51. Other than a couple of pockets, it's generally Cumming Street to Leavenworth, the river to 16th, which is our biggest tourist destination, I would say, in the city. So the more people see cruisers, sometimes there are people that don't like seeing us and they give us an attitude, but overwhelmingly the response we get from tourists as well as citizens downtown is that they appreciate seeing us, they feel safe. This is awesome to have you guys here, especially the bike officers in the park. They seem to appreciate our presence. Even some of the bars that we work with down there, they'll come out and say, thank you for being here. You know, we had this event, we like having the extra security, and a lot of the bars are good with working with us and appreciate our presence.
And I can tell you, as a council member of this area of the Old Market, and I get down there a couple times a month on the weekends, and it is, I've even thought that before I was on the council, that when you see police cruisers or police officers on horseback or their bicycles or walking, it is a reassuring thing. And I know the Old Market, it's a big thing for the safety of people to know that the police are down there and they're visible, and that gives the feeling of comfort and safety. Is that fair to say?
I can say with confidence that it provides that extra layer, and I can also say with confidence on multiple occasions just over the summer shift change, I believe my officers being proactive, being in areas ahead of time, have prevented at least more than 1 shooting.
Okay, thanks, Sergeant Ruben. Mr. Grauman, a couple of questions for you.
David Grauman, City Law Department.
Dave, good evening. You talked earlier about, can you confirm for this council, what is the law in respect to the security inside an establishment? Are they responsible for security outside? What is the law on that, and what is the city's position on that?
Yes, they're responsible for security inside and outside the establishment. I have the law here, so I'll cite it for you if I can.
Thank you.
So this is the Nebraska Liquor Rules and Regulations, and it's 019.01F1, and it talks about disturbances. And in talking about disturbances, it says, as used in this section, shall mean any brawl, fight, or other activity which may endanger the patrons, employees, law enforcement officers, or members of the general public within the licensed premises or adjacent related outdoor area. So when I spoke earlier to curtilage, that's the legal term for the area outside of Crush. So as they are escorting the people inside the bar, outside the bar, especially in situations where there's been a disturbance inside the bar, there's been a fight inside the bar, threats inside the bar, it's incumbent upon the establishment then to make sure that when they do escort them out, they don't just kick them out the door and leave them to their own devices.
Okay, and another question for you. How common or rare is this occurrence in respect to what we're doing here today for a cancellation of a, and I looked it up, and I believe as of early January, I had help from our staff, our great staff that is very knowledgeable on things. I was told there's 1,168 liquor licenses issued in the city. How common or rare is this occurrence that we're dealing with in respect to today's hearing?
In my experience, in my research, it's rare to have a cancellation hearing. We came before you in June of '23 on the long form application. That's a little more common. Still not something that happens, very often. But as far as having a cancellation or a revocation pursuant to 15-33, I don't want to put numbers out there that are inaccurate, but I think in talking with Mr. Wiesen, who's a colleague of mine that works on these issues, and then looking through the historic records of the City of Omaha Law Department, I could find just a few in the last decade.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Rowley.
You're welcome.
I would say 3 in the last 16 years.
Okay, you're even better. Okay, so, okay, that's all I have for now, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Grauman, a few more questions. Since we've already established that there's been 3 of these in the last 16 years, can we cite, did we handle this process today the same as we did the other 3 occurrence?
I wasn't part.
Relevance, because we're going outside the scope of the hearing today. Madam
No,
Clerk?
there is relevance. I need to know consistency and how we did it before.
I'll note Councilwoman Melton's objection, and I'll simply answer the question by stating I wasn't present. I didn't conduct or represent the city at those prior hearings, and so I don't have any ability to testify to how those hearings were conducted. All I can tell you is that I thoroughly reviewed city code as well as state statute and rules and regulations of the Liquor Commission to ensure that this proceeding complied with all the necessary Nebraska laws.
Thank you. And the next questions I have is with Director Kuzi.
Mackenzzie Law Department.
Thank you. There on page 5 of this document that was prepared by Mr. Bianco before room number 5, it states Mr. Pham respectfully asserts that several city council members on the public record and through media interviews have already demonstrated bias, having indicated they believe in this guilt. The 14th Amendment extends the due process protection of the 5th Amendment to the state and local governments, in this case, the City of Omaha. Due process requires that judges, which would be us, be neutral and unbiased. If certain council members have already prejudged the outcome, they should not participate in these proceedings. Otherwise, their participation taints the vote and constitutes a violation of Mr. Pham's due process rights. Can you speak to that?
That is Mr. Bianco's opinion. It's his argument that he's making on behalf of his client and his representation of his client. He is making an argument that he feels is accurate.
So are you saying that there were no city council members on the public record that had already asserted that there was guilt here?
I don't recall, and I'm not aware of any. I think the law department on behalf of the City of Omaha would disagree with that position, but again, I respect Mr. Bianco's right to zealously represent his client and make that assertion.
So if we find out that someone did would that statement be true regarding due process rights?
I don't think I would necessarily agree or acquiesce to that presumption either.
Okay, and on page 6, Exhibit 1 through 8. It says, in essence, the city seeks to retry Mr. Pham using evidence the NLCC has already determined insufficient to revoke his liquor license. This is a clear violation of the principles underlying double jeopardy. Or is there any truth to that?
That argument, I cannot have any sort of agreement with. The double jeopardy provision of the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution applies in a criminal case where you cannot be charged with the same crime twice. So that would not apply in a civil or an administrative proceeding such as this one. I don't find that the double jeopardy clause is accurate.
Thank you.
I do say.
Only if recognized at this stage.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, the floor is yours.
I do say
Come to
that-
the microphone, please.
I do say that the double jeopardy doesn't apply technically under the Constitution. However, in essence, this is a fairness hearing, and if the Nebraska Liquor Commission already have judged this, and you guys have judged it with the long form, that matter, in my opinion, is resolved and done. And why are we going back when the Liquor Commission gave him a new start? And I think he should be judged on April 13th and beyond.
The double jeopardy doesn't apply, but that the concept of double jeopardy, he believes, applies. But it is an argument that I don't agree with.
He also shared that his belief was that the timetable for us to evaluate information today that we used to do this investigation, the clock perhaps should not have began before April 3rd.
Again, that would be Mr. Bianco's position on behalf of his clients. I would note that there is no statutory reference made in his brief to any statute that would preclude you from considering that. My position would be that something that, for his argument, my response would be it would go more to whatever weight the council's as the trier of fact in this matter, whatever weight the council chooses to give things that occurred prior to that April 13th date. You can give that whatever weight you deem necessary in making your decision.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bagley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Grauman? Did you have any comment, Dave?
Related to the double jeopardy issue, we're not relitigating issues that were previously brought before either this council or the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission. As previously stated, those records were introduced solely for the purpose of using the statements made and the representations made by Mr. Pham for purposes of your consideration of this cancellation. I read the city code section that speaks specifically to those causes for cancellation, and it's one of the things that it identifies is if there's been a misrepresentation or any type of dishonesty in a prior application, that then is cause for cancellation. So again, those are being introduced similar to the conviction, not to prove the truth of those, but just simply to be used as something to consider now as we look forward to today's date and the conduct that has occurred up to the present date.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Brown.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Move to cancel the license of the applicant.
There's a motion to cancel and a second. There are no further lights. Roll call.
Hug.
So, clarification on what you answered. So yes means cancel?
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
Bagley.
Aye.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0.
I want to thank you all for your testimony and for being here today.
Non-action items 51 through 64, do not require a public hearing or city council consideration at this meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for public hearing and or vote. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as the date the item is expected to appear on agenda for consideration. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Mr. President. Motion passed 6-0. Meeting is adjourned at 7:33.